You know, usually when I do these videos, there's this sort of script, right? Like I write out a script for the video. I produce it like I produce any other video. But I was talking it over with my girlfriend recently. I sort of realized, why do I write scripts to these videos? These videos are slop. Like, I do these at the end of the year for fun, as a way to unwind. They don't really matter that much. So, for the first time, I'm not really going to produce this video all too much. Already these are sort of lower production quality than my other videos, but I'm gonna start putting even less effort into them because I don't care. If you want to watch videos with effort in them from me, then watch like any of my other videos, the ones that I make that are actually about things. If you just want to hear me talk about my thoughts about stuff, if you just want to hear my like journaling kind of, then watch this video. You might be wondering why this video even exists. Well, people like these videos. I'm not entirely sure why, but they like hearing about me. They like hearing from me. So anyway, the first game I played this year was Game of Life, which is this British game from 1970. A lot of people will tell you it's not quite a game. I think that they don't really have the imagination for it. I think Game of Life is really striking. Most of the play is not very active. You watch like different sort of seeds you generate come into existence. But that act of creation is really compelling alone. Like, that is such a cool concept for a game. It's so striking. And that's all it is. But I like that a lot. I think it's really cool. And I think old video games rule. Some people say that's the first video game. I would say video games exist, like, at least for 20 years before 1970. But, it's definitely a contender. It's one of the oldest video games. They Breathe is sort of a... it's hard to describe. It sort of feels like a paperback horror novel, I guess. Very simple premise, very simple story. It's got its twists. It's cool. I don't have very complicated thoughts about it. I normally don't really like more polished hand-drawn art styles that much. But I think They Breathe sort of effectively pulls it off because of how uncanny it ends up looking. The twist that the cows are actually like dead, upside-down frogs is really cool. It's just a game where you swim down a thingy. You tell I didn't script this because I'm using really technical terminology here. And there's an element of survival to it. I wouldn't necessarily say it's particularly fun, but it's cool. It's a sort of short horror experience. Now, Blade Sight. Blade Sight is one of the greatest games of all time. It is also sort of a fetish game. Like, it's like lesbian doll, like spider witch, like sort of CNC-esque fetish game. So, I will not divulge too much what I like about that aspect of it. But it is also one of the most mechanically dense single-player fighting games of all time. And it's extremely pretty. And the soundtrack is really good. Really, I just think Adeline is good at everything. My only regret is that Blade Sight is just not finished. Like, it's not done yet. It's just a demo. But it's so good so far. It's really incredible stuff. I'm excited to see more of it. I really hope it gets finished. And I'm excited to see anything Adeline does, really. I should play her other games at some point, because Blade Sight is just phenomenal. So, Sonic Labyrinth is a game that sort of has this bad rap associated with it. Because, like, people are like, oh, it's the Sonic game where you go slow. And while I think you'll find that more Sonic games than not going slow is like your primary for, at least on your first playthrough. Regardless, it's a cool puzzle game. I wouldn't say it's like groundbreaking. I wouldn't say it's mesmerizing. I think it's pretty though. I like it. I think it's fun. I don't get why people hate it. I don't get why it's considered such a black mark on Sonic, especially when you can consider so many things a black mark on Sonic. But Sonic Labyrinth being seen as one of the bad ones, I don't really understand it. I think it's cool. Death Rally. Death Rally is a funny game. I played it because I wanted to play like the Remedy games this year, but I only ended up playing Death Rally. I didn't play Max Payne or anything because I just got swept up doing other stuff, I guess. But Death Rally is really fun, and it makes me excited to play the other Remedy games at some point because like it's a racing game where you kill other cars, and that's normal. Well, it's not normal to do that in racing, but I feel like it's a pretty common premise for a racing video game. I mean, later on in this list, like way later, because I played like an exorbitant amount of games this year. We're going to be talking about Fatal Run, and that sort of has a similar premise, and that's like 10 years before Death Rally. But like, the way Death Rally presents it, and the way it's written, is really what gets me about it. Like, there's this mechanic where if you kill every car in a match, which is kind of hard and like annoying to do, you get a bonus from Death himself. Like, he appears, and he's like, you get a free parking space in hell next to my 4 horsemen. And I just love that bit. I think it's so funny. And that's really like what interests me the most about Remedy's games is Sam Lake's writing. I'm not sure if I'll think he's as great as most people seem to think he is, but I'm curious to see. Eastern Exorcist. So I've never played Muramasa the Demon Blade, so my perspective on this one's a little limited. Eastern Exorcist is sort of a holdover from last year when I was trying to play a lot of Chinese games out of an interest in like what China was producing ludically. But a lot of them weren't very good. And this one isn't very good either, and I'm told it's kind of just a clone of Muramasa the Demon Blade. Again, I haven't played it, but anyone who knows me knows that I think Vanillaware games are really ugly. I think Eastern Exorcist is really ugly since it's sort of emulating that like Flash-esque, like overly smooth style that those games go for. And like Eastern Exorcist, I can only assume is designed worse than those games. I haven't played a Vanillaware game yet. I will eventually. I probably won't like it. But I will eventually. I assume that those games, due to their critical acclaim, have some modicum of action game depth. Eastern Exorcist is just like piss easy though, and you only get like 1 or 2 combos or whatever. And that's kind of a shame. I like this sort of angle it's approached with, where you have these 2 opposing narratives. I'm just sort of a sucker for that kind of anthology stuff. That goes way back on this channel. I've talked a lot about like Threads of Fate, aka Duke Prison. I'm a sucker for multiple perspectives and narratives. But I don't think Eastern Exorcist really uses it in a particularly unique or effective way. And I think the writing is just really bad. Which seems to be pretty consistent with a lot of these Chinese games. And so I wonder how much of it is there's just this lack of resources for good translation. And it makes me even more interested to learn Chinese eventually, because like I would like to revisit these games and see what the scripts are like in Chinese, especially Eastward, because Eastward is a game I really, really love. I played that when it came out, and I don't hate the script in that game. I don't think it's as badly written as like Warm Snow or something. But like, I do think it's written in kind of a stale way. So I'm curious to see what the original Chinese script is like. Next on the list is Time Fuck. But it's not actually spelled fuck. It's F-C-U-K. I just don't know how you pronounce that, and it's obviously supposed to be fuck. I mean, anyone who knows Edmund McMillan knows that's probably what he's going for. This was one of Edmund McMillan's Flash games. And it's really evocative. It's like this sort of slice of like this odd timeline displacement puzzle platforming game. And there's sort of this guy in the, I think it's in the bottom left corner. I played this in January, so I don't entirely remember. Who's like rattling off like these different things while you're playing the game. And I think that that's a really neat conceit. I think the puzzles are really fun to solve. I do think it's kind of hard to play it though, because of the lack of Flash support. I mean, obviously Flash just doesn't exist anymore, so you have to play it on like a Flash emulator, and Flash emulators just aren't really perfect. Although I'm pretty sure this game is ported on Steam, so maybe I should just check out that version of it, along with the other games in that collection. Infinite Craft is just garbage. It's just bad. Like, there's no point in it. It's just AI slop. Who cares? Sweet Revenge is like this funny, like, My Chemical Romance Flash game. And it's definitely a Flash game made as a joke for an album. Like, yeah, it's funny. I don't know. I'm kind of at a loss to why it exists, because, like, for a marketing campaign joke for 3 Cheers for Sweet Revenge, I don't know why Flash game was, like, one of the things they chose to do. But yeah, it's like a decent game. It's whatever. It's, if it was on the 2600, like, it would be pretty cool. I don't know. Then again, there's a lot of really good 2600 games. Trauma Core Violence, that is a really neat game. It's sort of like this 2D trans girl character action game type thing where you're just murdering swaths and swaths of monsters that are representations of the psyche. And, like, yeah, maybe it's a little blunt. Yeah, maybe it's a little, like, unabashed about what it's going for. Yeah, maybe the writing is just, like, really weirdly bad. Like, there's a lot of typos in it and stuff. But, like, it's so fun to play. And it's so, like, cathartic. It's a really cool game. And out of all, this was the first game on this list besides Blade Sight, although Blade Sight's like a fetish game partially, so like I can't really recommend it with my whole heart to the random people watching this channel. Although I will say it's not particularly explicit, it's just kinky. But Trauma Core Violence is like the first game on here that I think is like genuinely like a masterpiece besides Blade Sight. Again, a little too heavy-handed at times, but like really fun, really cool. I love the way like it's so like grotesque and like crude. And I don't mean crude in the sense of like scatological. I mean crude in the sense of like it's just like jagged and rough around the edges. And like the frame rate drops so much in this game because of how much is going on. It's such a cool game. Like it's like $3 on Steam, and it's only like an hour and a half long. I replay it a lot though, because sometimes I just want something to do with my hands while I'm talking to people, and like I'm trying really hard to 1cc it, but one of the levels toward the end is really hard to do without dying. Secret Little Haven is the next game I'd probably go with 5 on here. I say probably, because there's a few bits of it that I think are a bit weird. Like, the ending is pretty overly optimistic. Like, the abusive dad suddenly stopped being abusive because of the power of online friends or whatever. But it's essentially about a trans girl finding herself set against the backdrop of the early 2000s internet. And really, that is the strongest aspect of it to me, is that they have this fictional forum you're on that keeps updating the entire game, and that simulation of the culture is super interesting to inspect. It's no like Hypnospace Outlaw, but this game actually predates Hypnospace Outlaw. It's interesting as far as analog, early internet, retrospective pieces go. Secret of Haven is like 2018. Hypnospace Outlaw is about a year after that. Both games have dumb endings, but Hypnospace Outlaw's ending is dumber. Despite being the more impressive and interesting game to me. Secret Little Haven is cool. Again, I do think the writing is just kind of bad sometimes, but I think it's mostly endearing. A Normal Lost Phone. This game just doesn't work. I couldn't play it. So, that's that. Corn Kid 64. This came out last year. I got it for Christmas? I think someone gave it to me for Christmas for some reason. And, like, there are a few 3D platformers I like. Like, I love Super Paper Mario. And that's not entirely a 3D platformer, but it is occasionally a 3D platformer. One of my favorite games of all time. It uses the medium of platforming in a very unique and special way. But normally I'm not huge on them. In the same way I'm not really huge on any specific genre. Because I think when something becomes defined so much by its genre, it's often way less interesting. And Corn Kid 64 is kind of exactly what you'd expect, in that sense. It's kind of cool how it takes more from precision platformers than it does from like more open-ended stuff like Banjo-Kazooie, but it also has really tediously designed areas, and it sort of asks a lot of you to search the entire map for stuff. But the soundtrack is really good. It's really pretty, like surprisingly pretty. I don't even think most mascot platformers look good. I just really love the colors they used in this one. But I do think the writing is not great. And this is coming from someone who thinks Invader Zim is funny, which this is kind of drawing on. But, I don't know, it just feels a little too, dumb. Like the ending be like, oh, yeah, I can finally steal the nachos now because my brother's gone, or whatever. It's just like, whatever. I don't care. I'm sorry, it's just not funny. Fable Anniversary. I wanted to play Fable. I still want to play Fable. Because Fable looks like a fake video game. Right? It looks like a video game you'd see someone playing in a movie. And so I started Fable Anniversary a bit earlier this year. But I didn't play much of it. Because I realized within a few seconds that it was much more of a remake than I expected. Extremely ugly remake, too. So I just didn't play it. Like, I'm not gonna play a fucking remake if I know it's a remake. The Immortal. 5-star game. Incredible game. I did not finish it, but the Immortal's like this dungeon crawler where you're playing as this old man in this dungeon. And you have to go through these grueling set of challenges, and like you have this sort of Punch-Out-esque combat. It's really evocative spaces. Like, it's a really cool PC game. I'm surprised more people don't talk about it. I think it's really avant-garde. It's not very fun, but it's really cool. Yardlings, similar to a Normal Lost Phone, simply didn't work. Almost feels like cheating to include it here. It's a sock pop game, so it's cute. But it's nowhere near as cute as Hamster Racer from last year. That game is crazy. So, like, I mentioned at the end of my last year review video, I'm pretty sure, that I was going to start playing Final Fantasy XIV this year, and I played it for 3 months, about. And I just couldn't stand it anymore. But I'd already played 14, like, back when it came out. I played a Realm Reborn. So, I played 2.0 at launch. I was 2011, I think. I don't exactly remember when Realm Reborn came out, but I played A Realm Awoken, Defenders of Eorzea, and Through the Maelstrom. After playing through all of Realm Reborn, which I've never done before. That took so much time. That was like 80 hours. But like, I got 120 hours in this thing. Never got good. The writing never got good. Despite what people say. And I know people will say, oh, well, it gets good if you keep playing. I'm not going to keep playing. I don't make enough money to justify playing a game I hate that costs exorbitant amounts of money every month. I can do better things with my time. As well. Like playing real video games and not Skinner boxes. But I will say, and this will come up again later in the video. Hold on, I noticed something in my keyboard. This will come up later in the video though. I think the boss fights are quite fun in that game. I love the ways the gameplay and the combat look in FF14. In terms of, like, dungeon instances. Not in terms of normal combat. That's really boring. But when you're fighting, like Titan or something, and you're contending with the mechanics of the fight, it's really cool. Unfortunately, it's attached to one of the most predatory and horrible things I can think of. At least some of the areas are pretty. That's really all the good I can say about it. Oh! The Hildebrand quests in A Realm Awoken. Those are really cool. Those are super funny. I love how they play with, like, the facial expressions. And they're, like, the only cutscenes in all of the game that have, like, any sort of direction to them. But otherwise, the game is just bad. I found it especially funny when, like, the game just started doing the ending of Final Fantasy III. Like, there's just a subplot in Realm Awoken where you just play the ending of Final Fantasy III for some reason. And it's like, why did we need to play the ending of Final Fantasy III? I've played Final Fantasy III. It's a better game than this. But whatever. The Leviathan fight is fun. Good King Mog is like a funny fight, I guess. I don't know. FF14 is just like one of the worst games ever made. It's pretty bad. Video game feminization hypnosis is not a porn game. I mean, it's certainly named after a fetish category. But unlike Bladesight, which is a fetish game, even if it's not a particularly explicit one, it is definitely erotic. Video game feminization hypnosis is not a fetish game. It's using that as like a metaphor. You know, feminizing games, feminizing the world, striking back against the patriarchal expectations of games, against the fixations on male-centered violence. It's not quite a conventional game, it's an interactive essay. And I find it charmingly written. I think it's cute and funny, and it didn't really bring me to any insightful new conclusions or anything, but I think what Princess has to say in this essay is pretty interesting. Like, why are games so based in violence? Why is that the modicum of expression that they choose to use? And obviously there's a lot of reasons for that. But it's important to question in the first place. Minus points for her thinking Kingdom Hearts is awesome, though, sorry. Based or cringe? Well, okay, let me backpedal a bit. Like, there's a few Kingdom Hearts games I think are pretty good, but like, if you're gonna say that some of our games, that also be like, I think Kingdom Hearts is an example of a game that doesn't do this, you're being silly. Like, Kingdom Hearts definitely is still a game based around violence. It's still a game based around like, hurting things. And it's also like a cynical Disney joint. Like, come on. Bionical Kanohi Clash. this is by another friend of mine, my friend Steely Bell. You may know of her. She's pretty active in my spaces. She makes games. And this is like her Bionical fighting game. It's sort of her seminal project. It's the one that, when I think of her, I think of this, even though it's not finished. It's a pretty competent fighting game for what exists so far. I'm not the hugest fan of the art direction, but I understand also that it's like put together from a bunch of other assets. So I imagine that like it wasn't really a deliberate choice that it looked that way. I mean, well, it was a deliberate choice, but like it wasn't one made because she thought it would look better, I guess. I also don't know anything about Bionical, so I can't really say I'm super compelled by this game. But I've played it a lot more than you would expect for a fighting game that barely has like anything going on in it. And I do think it's fun. I think it's effective as a fight. But this is the first of many fighting games that will be on this list, followed up by the next fighting game, Guilty Gear Strive. Strive's a bit of a strange game. I've actually talked about Strive on this channel before. In a video I'm not that proud of, I made about Bridget. I don't necessarily think I'm wrong in the video, but I do think it's kind of a pointless video. And also I hadn't played the game yet when I made it. And also I'm doing my stupid voice in that video, which I really hate. Strive's okay. Like, it's fun. I think a lot of the characters are hot. Which, you know, matters a lot in a fighting game. I don't really find the art style as appealing as everyone else does. I get that, like, ArcSys's animation team is really polished and refined, and their knowledge of technique is really strong. But it looks way too clean to me. I have a similar feeling about Dragon Ball FighterZ, although that's sort of combined with my distaste for Toriyama's art direction in general. But yeah, like, Strive, it's fun. I like ABBA. I thought it was funny that I beat the person I was playing it with several times, my video editor, Senkai Kasa. She and I went to Arc World Tour, and this was the first time I ever played Strive. We went to Arc World Tour this year. And I just mopped the floor with her. Like, even though she has been playing the game for a lot longer than I have, because I only played it that day. But that was fun. She beat me a few times, but I was able to beat her a lot, and that was fun. Tekken 5 is a fighting game. Again, I don't really have very nuanced thoughts on fighting games. I played a lot of fighting games this year. I played some of this with Senkai Kasa too. It was fun. Tekken has sort of an interesting, different set of priorities than other fighting games, and this certainly fulfills that, the more grounded combat. Well, when I say grounded, I don't mean as in realistic. There's like playable bears and kangaroos in this game. I mean in the sense that like it's literally more on the ground than a lot of other fighting games. It's sort of like the antithesis to, say, Melty Blood, which will appear later. I also think Tekken games are really pretty. And a lot of fighting games are really pretty, but like, even the later Tekken games, and admittedly I haven't seen much of Tekken 8, but like Tekken 7 I still think is really pretty, even though it's an 8th gen game, and I usually think 8th gen games are extremely ugly. But Tekken 5 is extremely pretty. I like how it looks a lot, and it's fun. Street Fighter 3 Third Strike I played with Senkai Kasa, and this is one of the only fighting games I played this year that I actually liked quite a bit. I think Third Strike is really, really fun. It's really pretty. The soundtrack is great. I sort of like this narrative that emerges in it, that there's this new generation of fighters and people that are going to change the world. And like the main characters of the older Street Fighter games are just not present. Really, I mean, Ryu and Ken and Chun-Li are there, but for the most part, it's just a bunch of new faces, and that's really striking. I feel like that kind of thing just couldn't really happen with Street Fighter anymore, at least in the current material condition. Well, that's sort of a pointless thing to say. Obviously, it couldn't happen because it hasn't. But maybe it could. But yeah, Third Strike is really fun. The parry system is cool, even though I sort of loathe parries. And I think if you're gonna ever play one Street Fighter game, it should probably be this one. Maybe two, just for the cultural importance of it, but I do think Third Strike is just more evocative and interested in doing things as a game than two is. Final Fantasy X. Oh my god. Okay. So I've played Final Fantasy 1 through 9 to completion. And I mean, I made a 4.5 hour video about this. Like, it's pretty obvious that I like Final Fantasy. Except 14. 14 is abysmal. I don't really care for 5 that much. I think it's okay. And I feel kind of similarly about 10. 10 is really long for what it is. It's really linear. The writing is... This is a weird thing for me to say, right? Because Final Fantasy is sort of always kind of hokey in how it's written. I really like the script for 6 and 8 and 7. And 9 a little bit. But, like, with 10 it feels both cornier and also just more obvious about how it is. Because they don't really utilize the new tools at their disposal effectively. Like the voice acting and the mocap with the faces, like those add so much potential depth to scenes. But like the game just sees it fit to sort of just describe them anyway, have characters talk out loud about them anyway. Like Tidus, the main character, literally just has this running narration throughout the entire game, just to make sure you don't miss anything. And it's just obnoxious. Like, it's so overdone. And the game is like 40 hours. I can't really speak to the gameplay because I did an all-girls run of the game, and I didn't finish it because of that. Although I've seen the ending before. I watched Senkai Cast and played the game before I played it. But I did an all-girl run of the game, and that completely messed up the pacing of the mechanics. So I can't really speak to how fights are supposed to play out. As much as I want to say they're really tedious, like, yeah, they're really tedious because I ignored a pretty major part of the game, somewhat unintentionally, due to being lesbian. But, the sphere grid is cool in theory. I like this idea of, like, paralleling the pilgrimage with, like, this pilgrimage through these incremental upgrades, but I think in practice it's really annoying. Because it becomes like this dopamine, like, drip feed that you're constantly getting reminded of. And it's just, like, it's mind-numbing. It's such, like, an attention-monopolizing, like, thing that it's doing, and it annoys me. It's nowhere near as bad as something like FF14 or any other of us, certainly, but, like, I hate incremental level-up design like that. And really, I'm kind of critical of level-ups in general, but, like, the sphere grid feels especially egregious. Also, FF10 is, like, pretty racist. Every Final Fantasy game is racist to some extent, but 10 is, like, kind of crazy with how racist it is. It's pretty absurd how the Albed are treated. Like, obviously the game is like, oh, it's bad to be racist to them or whatever, in like an extremely didactic, simplistic sense. But also the game sort of like treats them like they're a different species, and like the only Albed who are like major characters also inexplicably look white. Like it's just such a weird aspect of the game, because obviously they were trying to do like this like racism is bad narrative, but also like they're steeped in like this racist idea that like other races are different species of people. And sometimes that kind of makes sense, even if it's still like rooted in weird racism. Like when it's like a fantasy race where it's like, oh, they're like bear people or something. But the Albed are literally just like, they're literally just like Arabs. Like, they're treated like they're just like this foreign entity, like this other species of person. Other than human. And it's so weird. But yeah, I have a lot of mixed feelings about that, especially since like, all the Albed have like these like, well, not all of them, but a few of the Albed like have like people like Tom Kenny doing like these weird like impressions of accents for them. I don't even know what Tom Kenny's performance says. Oh, I can't remember his name, but he's like Rin. He's Rin. I don't even know what accent he's trying to do, but he's definitely trying to do like a weird, like overly indulgent accent for that character. It's something. But I do think it's really pretty as a game, and I like a lot of the soundtrack. But I just wish it was not as bad. It kind of feels like Avatar: The Last Airbender in the sense that it's like lowest common denominator Final Fantasy. I mean, both feature like a religious pilgrimage, so that comparison is also like apt for that reason. But like FF10 feels like Avatar: The Last Airbender in the sense that like it's the one that appeals to the most people conceptually. I do know like obviously 7 and 14 are more popular games, but I feel like critically speaking, 10 is so like middle of the road average and like quote well considered that like it's bound to be like the darling one, you know? Like it feels made to be appealing, and I really, really don't like that about it. But it's not terrible or anything, it's like fun. The only Final Fantasy game I played that I genuinely think is bad and horrible, well, besides Mystic Quest, but we'll get to Mystic Quest again, is 14. 14 is just an evil game. Horrible. Now we're on to Chaos Legion, which is the first Game Club game. My server started doing a Game Club, and where every month we play a different game. And the first game we played was the PS2 game, Chaos Legion. And in that game, it's like this beat-em-up game where you have these like little minions you control. And I think it's really pretty. I think the mechanics are super cool, even if they're unwieldy and hard to come to grips with. And I think like the soundtrack is cool. My issue is that I pulled a muscle while I was playing it because of how like intense some of the mechanics can get. That game is really hard. And I think the story is just like incomprehensibly stupid. But it's kind of entertaining in that sense. So it's not necessarily like a huge mark against it. But I think it's a cool game. I don't necessarily know if it's worth finishing, but it's something worth checking out. Like, the Puppet Legion, like, beat 'em up stuff is really cool. And I think, like, V's stuff in Devil May Cry 5 was sort of inspired by it. As much as I don't like that game, I do think V's moveset is cool. Photo Dojo is another 5-star game for me, easily. And you might be thinking, why? Why is this, like, really simple DSiWare fighting game a 5-star for you? I just really think the act of transposing, of taking the real and placing it so directly into the video game space, taking photos of you and making yourself a playable character to the extent that game allows you to, is some really surreal stuff. I think it's really cool. It's pretty simplistic, obviously. I mean, you have to use like a specific framework to make that kind of thing work. But it's a really cool idea. I like it so much. Breaking down the barrier between the meta reality and the sub reality. It's like when they go to the real world at the end of Twin Peaks. It's really cool stuff. Rabbit and Steel. Earlier I was talking about how much I love the boss fights in Final Fantasy XIV. Rabbit and Steel is kind of like if Final Fantasy XIV didn't have terrible writing, and was like entirely composed of boss encounters, which is ideal. That is so cool. Also has cute bunnies. I love bunnies. I think bunny girls are really cute. So I am very happy about this game. It's very fun. I like hitting my little cooldowns. I like doing bullet hell dodging. It's a great time. And the soundtrack is really good too. There's some writing. It's mostly cute. Some of it's a little grating, but it's not really there for very long, so it doesn't matter too much. Like, it's just Rabbit and Steel. Star Wars Episode 1 Racer. This game is way better than you would expect it to be. I mean, the pod racing is one of the coolest bits in any Star Wars movie. Because The Phantom Menace is the best Star Wars movie. Have you noticed this isn't a film channel, it's a video game channel? But anyway. The like, way in which the spaces are rendered on Nintendo 64 is really pretty. Which, you know, I'm kind of famously not a fan of how the Nintendo 64 looks. But I like some games. Like Super Mario 64, very pretty game. Banjo-Kazooie, extremely ugly. But like, Pod Racer, very pretty. I love the environments. I love actually moving the pod racer around. That feels fun. I can't really explain why. I don't know a lot about racing games. And I sort of just love making this like a packerful, weird game about all the like pee-pee-poo-poo aliens that you like play at, like that you see at the beginning of the pod racing sequence in the Phantom Menace. Like, I just think that's such like a novel concept, right? Like, I'm playing as Ben Quadinaros, guys. I'm playing as Ben Quadinaros. Like, who cares about Ben Quadinaros? But you can play as him. And most of the playable characters, besides like Anakin, are just like those fucking guys. Which is a really inspired idea for a game. It rips, it's cool. Virtua Fighter 4. So up until this year, I only played the first Virtua Fighter game. And I like that game a lot. Virtua Fighter 4, I might like more. I'm not sure. I do like the first Virtua Fighter a lot, but Virtua Fighter 4 is so fluid. It's so pretty and fluid. It feels really nice. I love the way the water looks in it, which I know, funny Miiverse, man, but whatever. It's a cool game. Daytona USA 2, Battle on the Edge. It's like a pretty race. And it feels nice. And I love when arcade games have like faux racing chairs. Like, that's one of my favorite things ever. And you use a steering wheel to play them. It makes it feel so cool. That's a big part of why this and like Cruise and Blast are games I found so fun. Although Cruise and Blast I found a bit less fun because like, and that's the next game we're going to talk about. Because it has like this absurdist fixation on like natural disasters and stuff. And while that's funny and cool, I don't know, I kind of just prefer having a straight racing game when I'm driving around my steering wheel. But it's just a personal preference. I also don't think it's very pretty, probably because it's a more recent game. It's from like 2017. But Daytona USA 2 is very pretty. The Simpsons arcade game, very aesthetically provocative. In terms of mechanics, like it's a pretty standard game, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. And this may break your heart to hear. I don't think the Simpsons arcade game is particularly groundbreaking. I think it's really neat how it recreates the art of the show, though. I like how it looks. I like the colors they use for it, too. It's very muted in a cool way. Pole Position 2. Later this year, I ended up playing Pole Position 1. But, they're pretty similar games. I think 2 is less impressive because it is the second one. And it's very iterative on the first one, but it's still pretty. It's still fun. Pole Position's a great time. Tekken Tag Tournament. So, I think this game is really pretty, first and foremost. Again, I think Tekken's always really pretty. I don't know how much the format of it being a tag tournament really brings to Tekken, though. This idea that you have to pick 3 characters and switch them out as a tag team style thing, like Marvel vs. Capcom. I don't really know if it makes Tekken... if it really substantially changes Tekken. It kind of just feels like it makes the matches longer. Which isn't really ideal to me. I don't prefer my fighting game matches to be longer. I don't really feel like the characters have a lot of synergy with each other in terms of switching. It's fine. It's still Tekken, so it's still fun, but not my preferred way to play Tekken, certainly. Sunset Riders. I always get this game confused with Wild Arms, so... well, not Wild Arms, Wild Guns. So I always think like, oh, this is that game Funbill likes. But no, it's not. It's not the game my friend Funbill likes. Not either of those games my friend Funbill likes, because they like both Wild Arms and Wild Guns. It's got some nice sprite work, and it's fun enough. But I wouldn't really say that Sunset Riders is like anything super noteworthy. It's cool. As far as like run and shoot action games go, we could do worse. Tekken 2. Tekken 2, very pretty game. Still Tekken. Don't really know what else to say about that. Not a lot that stood out to me about it specifically. I'm sure if I were more studied in Tekken, more of a Tekken scholar, I could give you more interesting discussion about it, but I've hardly played Tekken. At all. I just played it a few times. Scud Race. Oh my god. Okay. I love how this game feels. The steering is incredible. And it's so pretty. But I don't know if this was the specific arcade machine I played it on or not, but it was so loud. It was like ringing through my brain loud. It was hard to even pay attention to it at all. It's a really cool game, and I'd love to play it if it were less loud. But I enjoyed my time with it anyway. And now for another 5-star game, and this one is like a really easy 5-star. Asteroids. Holy crap. I didn't realize how good this game was. The like momentum-based movement, the sort of like anxious, uncertain way you have to travel across the screen. The vector graphics. The vector graphics are so evocative. The lights in black and white on the screen, it's amazing looking. Like, I'm surprised there's no contemporary niche for vector displays at all, because, well, besides, like, I guess there is Vectrex Homebrew, but, like, it's just incredible looking. There's nothing like it in the world. Asteroids is just such a phenomenal game. It's really cool. That's something that everyone should play, easily. UN Squadron. If you're gonna make a shoot 'em up that's like United Nations propaganda, then I think you should at least make it look cool or be fun. But UN Squadron isn't really either. It's just like lame. It's just lame. It's kind of funny, but it's lame. Metal Slug 5. So Metal Slug games are really pretty. That is like a defining characteristic of them. And there's that one girl in them. Oh, I can't remember her name off it. Theo? She is just like an utter gremlin. I like her a lot. But they're also really rote. Like, I feel like once you've played one Metal Slug game, and again, I'm not a Metal Slug scholar, so obviously there are definitely interesting differences to examine, I'm sure, but like, as someone with a wide palette of games that I study, Metal Slug kind of bores me because it tends to be very similar to itself. It's also pretty weird about its depiction of indigenous spaces and peoples, but you know, that's kind of par for the course. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Konami beat-em-up. You'd be surprised at how influential and important these beat-em-ups are. Like, they did really well for Konami. I guess you wouldn't be surprised considering they keep like bringing them back in various forms. But like, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles games are influential. Are they amazing works of ludology? I've only played the first one, first of all, so not really the best for comment on that. But second of all, I don't know. I thought it was fun. It was okay. It was certainly like a beat-em-up based on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Beat-em-ups are fun, generally. But I haven't studied them enough to meaningfully really talk about the differences between them. We're talking about what would make that one particularly special and more important. It probably just did well because it was a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game, and it was decent and fun. But again, I'm not an expert in it at all. Speaking of beat-em-ups that are licensed and are a field that I don't really have much expertise in, I also played the X-Men beat-em-up. I'm not sure who did it. I wouldn't be surprised if Konami did. It'd be something I'd have to look up. It was pretty fun. This and the Simpsons arcade game beat-em-up at the arcade that I played them at were both broken to some extent, though, so that did affect my play experience. But, you know, it's a beat-em-up. It's fun. I like beat-em-ups a lot, even though I don't have a particular scholarly knowledge of them. Waku Waku 7. Now, this is a great fighting game. It's extremely pretty. It's got like some penis mode mechanics that make it stupid, and that's awesome. That is so cool about it. This is another 5-star game easily. It has a rabbit girl with a big butt, which is cool. And it has Doll Woman, also very cool. It's a really cool game. I like Waku Waku 7 a lot. Eternal Darkness Sandy's Requiem. Now, this was the second Game Club game. It's sort of a Nintendo published but not developed take on survival horror. If you want a Nintendo developed take on survival horror, you'll have to play Luigi's Mansion. Although that's sort of missing the resource management element, but that's whatever. I mean, Eternal Darkness basically is too. Because in Eternal Darkness you get access to so much magic that sort of trivializes the game. It'd be one thing if Eternal Darkness was a short game, like maybe 2 to 3 hours, or even like 4 to 5 hours. Eternal Darkness is a long game, though. It's like 10 to 15 hours long. And so much of it is just like you casting the same spells over and over again with almost no difficulty. And it's just... it's so boring. And it sucks because structurally, as this anthology about examining like the history of one specific book through all the hands it passed through, it's so cool. Like, I've never played a game quite like that. And I think that's awesome. I think the way it opens with the villain's backstory is awesome, but you don't know he's the villain yet. I think a lot of the spaces are really pretty in that game. I think like the way it looks so evidently artificial is really pretty and cool. But like the actual act of play and the actual like writing are just so bland. It's a real disappointment because it's such a conceptually cool game. And structurally it is really, really cool. But you know, I guess it's kind of a hard thing to tie together. I really think if it was shorter, I'd feel a lot more positively about it. The 2003 remake of Panel de Pon. Now, this was my mistake. I hate remakes. I loathe remakes. But for whatever reason, I played this before the original. The original is one of my favorite games of all time. And I still like this version. It's still Panel de Pon, but you know, I definitely prefer how the original looks and sounds. I played this through the Nintendo Puzzle Collection, as you do, at Senkei Cass's house on her modded Wii. And I had assumed up until this point that the Nintendo Puzzle Collection version of the game was the original ported to the GameCube, but it's not. It is the canned Nintendo 64 remake / sequel. Although remakes and sequels are basically the same thing. But yeah, it's Panel de Pon. I'll talk more about this later, because I did play the original Panel de Pon later this year, and that's one of my favorite games of all time. Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker. I didn't finish this yet. I will eventually finish it. I've been putting off Peace Walker for a long time. If you watched the last year interview video, you might remember, I played Metal Gear Solid 2, I played Ghost Babel, I played Metal Gear Solid 3, I played Portable Ops, I played 4 last year. Portable Ops was such an annoying and painful experience that I put off Peace Walker for almost a year. And only now, well, I say now, this was like 6 months ago now, did I start trying it. I tried playing it. And I got past like the tutorial and I just couldn't fucking do it. I like the way the cutscenes are composed so far, but like it's a Kojima game, so duh. I hate how it plays, and normally that's not a huge barrier for me. I can just live and learn with any particular control scheme. But the structure of the game is what really gets me. Like this mission-based structure that's super tedious and drawn out. I really dislike that about it. And there's a lot of things I know that happen later in the game that don't make me particularly enthused to keep playing it. But I will play it eventually. I will finish it eventually. I'm not super excited to. But I definitely want to play 5, and I want to play Death Stranding, so I feel a little obligated to. Microsoft Minesweeper. It's fun. I mean, what are you gonna say about Minesweeper that hasn't already been said? It's a cool game. I like playing it. I don't play it very often. I've only played it like once or twice, but the systems of Minesweeper are well thought out. They're well executed. They're satisfying. But I think as a result, it's kind of boring to me. It's very pared down to its pure essentials, and not in a way that I find compelling in the same way I do like Asteroids or like, say, maybe Oregon Trail. Although Oregon Trail is kind of maximalist. It's just, I don't know. It's just Minesweeper. Fishy. Fishy is a really, I don't know how to describe this game effectively, or its sequels, which are next. But Fishy is like, it's such a surreal expression of like 3D platformer spaces It sort of doesn't really have any regard for convention. Like, it's a 3D platformer with these like odd Super Monkey Ball-esque environments, with like devoid of the original context. Like, you maneuver through them normally, and it's like patently like unfinished, like this unfinished Unity game. But I find that so compelling about it. There's nothing really quite like Fishy or the feelings that Fishy conveys. It's just sort of like bizarre. And Fishy 2 is really similar. Fishy 2 has like these even more evocative spaces, even more like strangeness going on. It removes some speedrun tech, which I know some people don't like, but I think really it's a great sequel. And Fishy Button 2.5D sort of flips the script by making it like a 2D platformer. Even though it says it's 2.5D, it's not. I mean, it is like visually, but... Well, visually it's just 3D, right? But it's not... Like, ludically, 2.5D sort of implies like something different. It implies like Little Big Planet, which this isn't really. More on that later, though. But, like, it's weird that this tries to hew toward more conventional platformer design. And I think that sort of hinders it, but, I still think it's really cool. I think it's also quite a bit too long. But, I do think, like, the extra man stuff, like when you get another life, because they add lives in this one, is really funny. I think the game in general is just really cool. All three Fishy games are really cool. So, Ultra Street Fighter 4. Again, I know, it's a weird release, but it's kind of hard to play the original releases of Street Fighter games. I mean, I played Third Strike first, earlier, but also, no one cares about the original Street Fighter 3, so I don't think anyone will be too upset about that. I don't know how people feel about the original Street Fighter 4 by comparison to Ultra Street Fighter 4. But that is what I played. I played it a bit. I like the art direction, not as much as the art direction in 3, but I do like it, even though the hands are like really big, and it's kind of funny once you notice that. I like the colors a lot. This is a game that introduced Juri. Not this edition of the game, I don't think. I mean, she's in this edition, but I'm pretty sure she's in an earlier edition of it. Also, I know she's not in the original. But, introduced Juri, and I love Juri. She's awesome. Hot Spider. But, yeah, it's a Street Fighter game. It's pretty fun. I don't know. But the Risers, on the other hand, masterpiece. One of the greatest fighting games of all time. The Risers is just like, wow. Like, I was talking earlier about the surrealist, like, low technical quality of Fishy earlier. The Risers is sort of that, like, taken to its maximal conclusion. Like, it is a game that is utterly garish to look at. It plays, like, completely counter to how any fighting game really should play. Like, it has the easiest infinite of all time. Even easier than the Gambit infinite. That's the only infinite that white people can do. The Risers invented a second infinite that white people can do. It's just crazy. Like, it's obviously written by people who don't have English as their first language, which isn't a problem, but, like, it does lend it a quality. Like, it lends the script a very specific quality that makes it very funny. I wonder what their original language is. Their last name is Medina, and I'm not sure what specific cultural background that has, but I would have liked for them to have had the game in a language that wasn't English, just because I'm curious about it. But I do think ultimately the weird translation is like such a huge part of that game's identity to me. And it's a really cool game. Like, I think it's really funny, obviously, but I think it's cool that games like this can exist, and I think this game is awesome. I like it more than most fighting games I've ever played. because it's just so distinctive and cool. Like, it's awesome that this game is kind of like an assault on your eyes. I like the risers a lot. I think it's funny that there's an infinite you can do just by holding down and hitting the kick button. It's a really, really, really cool game. 10,000 Bullets, on the other hand, that is a game with a weird English translation that I kind of just thought was boring. I think it's kind of funny that it has sort of like Max Payne-esque mechanics. Although apparently just like totally uninspired by Max Payne. I guess both were just drawing on the Matrix pretty heavily. I think that once you get the hang of its systems, it can be pretty fun. I like how the environments look a lot, because, well, it's a PS2 game. PS2 games just always look good. But it's just really boring, and often kind of unclear what you're supposed to be doing, and a little bit overly difficult. I know, I didn't get good at 10,000 Bullets, sorry guys. But, I think it's cool, I think it's funny. It's not like a 5-star game for me or anything, but it's funny and cool, and that, like, that means something. That amounts to something. Poop Invasion. It's an experiment. It was him, like, trying to see what AI code was like, to, like, prove that it was bad. And it pooped out this Pico game called Poop Invasion, where you have to stop the poops from appearing on the screen. And it's totally non-functional, but honestly, like, reflective of its own existence in a really interesting way. Like, the way the poop is, like, filling up the screen endlessly, because you can't actually clear it, really, ends up being representative of the way AI operates. It's detritus that's slowly filling, well, not slowly, actually, quickly at an ever-increasing rate, filling our landscape with nonsense and, like, detritus. Which was already happening, but AI has only accelerated that, and made it even worse. Now there's, like, not even a modicum of humanity to it. It's just, like, grotesque facsimiles being repopulated all over the internet forever. And those facsimiles are being trained on other facsimiles, and so it's just becoming, like, a self-perpetuating mess. And that's sort of what the inevitable poop full screen of Poop Invasion is, like, representative of, which is ironic. I think Poop Invasion is cool. JoJo no Kimyo no Boken Ogun no Kaze, or as it would be called in English, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Golden Wind. The reason I said its Japanese name first is because there's no localization for the game itself. But it's the PS2 JoJo Part 5 game. I think it's really pretty. I love the colors a lot. And I love the way it sort of evokes comic books. But it sort of reminded me, and I haven't read or watched Part 5 since 2019, when the anime aired. That was the last time I really experienced Part 5. But it did sort of remind me that, like, JoJo writing is, like, really tedious. Like, I think the art of JoJo is incredible and super evocative. There's a lot of stuff I like about JoJo, but the way characters are written is kind of really annoying, because they'll just sort of repeat the same stuff over and over, just, like, explain what's happening to you out loud, like, even though you can see it's happening. But yeah, Part 5 is, like, not my favorite part of JoJo. I think it's, like, alright. There's a few really cool bits of it. So, even though I love the aesthetic direction of this game, I do kind of wish it was for a part I like more. I think it's funny that this game is, like, roll slop. Like, it has, like, a fucking, like, Demon Souls roll in it. get so many iframes on it. It's like really hilarious. And that's not to bash Souls games. I know I've bashed Souls games earlier on the channel, but this year I kind of actually got into them, and Demon Souls is one of my favorite games of all time now. But like, I do think rolling in those games is a really funny mechanic, and I think rolling in this game is really funny because it's really fast. The roll is just like way better than it is in Souls. And also you get like infinite most bosses just by doing like a light combo with your normal hand slapping move. It's just ridiculous. It's a very funny outing from Capcom. It's very funny that Capcom even made a JoJo licensed game like this. But I kind of wish they did more. Wait, why did I say it's funny that Capcom did that? They already made Heritage for the Future. Whatever. Heritage for the Future is a much better game. Melty Blood Type Lumina is the only Melty Blood game I've played. I think it's cool that it has a higher emphasis on like vertical play compared to other fighting games. I didn't love it, but I thought that was cool. I thought it was pretty looking. I thought the maid girls were cute. I am not really familiar with the literature that it's drawing from. I might be someday, but I sort of only played this by chance. So I didn't really get as much out of it as I think I could have. But I am curious about it. And curious about the other Melty Blood games. Although, I don't know if I would ever really get into them, especially with how racist the general community surrounding them seems to be. If that one Discord server charges anything to go by. I also played Tekken 7, like in the same session as Melty Blood. And Tekken 7, again, is really pretty. Even for like an 8th gen game, it's kind of surprising to me that this game is on the PS4 and it's as pretty as it is. I think it's a cool game. I like Tekken. I like the girls in Tekken. I think Tekken games are fun. Crazy Taxi, it's a really fun game, but I don't really think I have to tell you that. Dreamcast era Sega aestheticism, extremely pretty. Obviously it's not originally a Dreamcast game, but people associate Crazy Taxi with the Dreamcast. I actually played it in an arcade though. And I think the eclectic gameplay loop is really fun. And I like the spaces of it a lot. It's a cool game. What's not as cool is Metal Slug 3. So I played Metal Slug 5 earlier. And I wouldn't be able to tell you from memory what happened in Metal Slug 3 as compared to Metal Slug 5. And again, maybe that is my failing. I'm not a Metal Slug scholar. I'm not super familiar with the literature, but I don't really think they're meaningfully that different. At least to the common woman such as myself. I think both are decently fun and pretty games, but they don't do a lot for me. Alex Kidd The Lost Stars did a little more for me. I think the game is really pretty. And I think it's kind of strange how it controls. I like it a lot. I like the spaces in it. The way it's like abstracted is cool. I should play more Alex Kidd. I'm not really super familiar with those games. Virtua Striker 2. It's a soccer game. Sorry, football. It is a football game. But not in the American football sense. And it's a functional football game. I didn't talk about this that much when I was talking about Final Fantasy X earlier. I should have brought it up. Like, Blitzball plays like a football game, pretty much. At least like a more RPG-esque football game, like Tecmo Cup Soccer or something, which I'll talk about later. But in terms of Virtua Striker, I don't think it's a particularly noteworthy football game, but it's pretty. It's fun. it's a Sega game, so like of course it's pretty like Sega around the Dreamcast era just were fucking on that shit. Really, I don't think they lost the sauce until mid to late 7th gen. Puzzle Bobble 4, my first experience with Bubble Bobble or Puzzle Bobble or Bust a Move or whatever term you want to use for it. That was pretty fun. That was pretty good. It's a game where you shoot orbs at other orbs and make the colors line up. It's pretty cool. Not quite as striking as the other Puzzle Bobble games I played this year, but still pretty striking. Like Clax is really cool. It's a puzzle game where these little blocks are falling down this thing and you have to stack them the right way. And the way it's presented and the colors and like the framing is just so surreal. It's a really fun game. I think it's really cool. It's very simple, but it's very, very cool. I love how it looks. Snow Bros is kind of like a penis music ass arcade game. I don't know. It's a platformer and you roll up guys in snow and it's kind of really ugly. But it's cool, I guess. Well, it's cool in a literal sense. It's fun enough. Mario Kart Arcade GP is an interesting entry in Mario Kart. You can only really play it in arcades. And there's not really a whole lot to say because, you know, it's still Mario Kart, so it's still roughly the same as the other Mario Karts, but, I like the environments a lot. I think it's pretty, and I think it's funny that you can put your face in the game. It's fun. Mario Kart is just generally fun. Maybe Arcade GP isn't the one where you put your face in the game. Maybe it's the other one I played this year that's also an Arcade GP game. Maybe it's not the first one. But whatever. It's cool. Mario Kart is just generally pretty fun. Primal Rage is a really funny fighting game. It's this pre-rendered, model-based sprite fighting game, similar to Mortal Kombat. Which is a technique I really like, and I think it looks really cool in this game, but it's set against the backdrop of like this almost horribly controlling dinosaur fighting game with like giant apes and stuff, and it's just so silly and cool. I think it's a really neat idea for a game. I'm kind of surprised people hate it because I think it's really novel. I don't think I can even think of another game that even approaches similar ideas. Definitely worth trying that one out at some point. A lot of these shoot 'em up games, I don't have the best memory of. I'm not the best with shoot 'em ups. This is known about me. And that goes for Aero Fighters 2 as well, the Neo Geo game. And since it's a Neo Geo game, like, to get this out of the way, I mean, we saw it earlier with Waku Waku 7, it's really pretty. But I don't really remember a whole lot about it. And that's more my feeling than anything else. Windjammers. This game is really cool. It's a lot of people consider it a fighting game. I don't really think it is conventionally a fighting game. I mean, it has a high skill ceiling, certainly, and there's a lot of dynamic modes of play, but it's not really a conventional fighting game. It's really fun, though. And I think it's really pretty, and I think this idea of this high-octane Frisbee game is really cool. I like Windjammers a lot. It's a good time. The music's great too. And King of Fighters 98. Well, it's a King of Fighters game, so it's really pretty. There's hot girls in it, so that's cool. Ultimately, it's a fighting game though, so I don't have a ton to say about it. It's pretty fun. I like it. I like my Shiranui, obviously, because I'm a stupid lesbian. Yeah, I like it. It's a cool game. Shock Troopers. Aside from the fact that you can play as an attractive girl named Milky in this one, this game is pretty fun. It's like a top-down run-and-gun game. I like it. I like most games. A lot of people think I hate video games. They'll watch my videos where I say, like, oh, Zelda is, like, racist, or whatever. And, like, I don't hate video games. If I hated video games, I wouldn't talk about them. If I hated Zelda, I wouldn't talk about it. Like, you don't see me making videos about how, like, I don't know, like, Call of Duty is racist, and that's because I don't care about Call of Duty. I don't like it. Even though that is an extremely racist game series. And Zelda's extremely racist, so that's a huge problem with it. But I still like Zelda. And that's why I'm motivated to talk about it. I don't hate video games. But, I do dislike aspects of them. And I like talking about that. If I only ever talked about what I liked, then I wouldn't be a very interesting analyst, I don't think. Street Fighter Alpha 2. The Alpha games sort of blur together in my head. But Alpha 2 is cool. It's pretty. I almost won CC'd it as Sakura, which felt really cool. But, alas, I didn't. Akuma got me. But still, it was pretty fun. Kart Fury Championship Racing. I just really love pretty much any game where it's a racing game where you control it like a car. And I talked about this earlier, but like, this game is really pretty, and I just love driving around like it's in a car. I do think, compared to the other ones I've talked about, and will talk about later, this one feels a bit weird. But, I still like it. I think it's really cool. The original Mortal Kombat. Now, it's kind of shocking that I hadn't played this game before. I had played one Mortal Kombat game on the PS2. I don't exactly remember which one it was at some point. But I never really delved into the material of Mortal Kombat, despite its sort of cultural importance until now. And what I do have to say is I love how crude it is, visually. I think the later Mortal Kombat games, at least from what I've seen of them, I haven't played them really, are too high fidelity to really convey, like, the brutality of Mortal Kombat, you know? Like, the first Mortal Kombat feels so visceral to me, partially because it's, like, completely jagged and, like, rough in how it's presented. And I think it looks really cool for that. And I also think it's extremely goofy and fun, compared to the other Mortal Kombat games, which are a bit more self-serious. But I really, really like how Mortal Kombat is presented and how it feels. It's a really cool take on the fighting game. Hang 3 is a puzzle game that's really bizarre in how it's presented and how it's structured, and it's really cool. I really love the colors in particular and the odd pre-rendered sprites that it uses. It's hard to explain exactly what it is without playing it. I mean, it wasn't even localized, I'm pretty sure. But it's just a really cool game. It's a lot cooler than Dodonpachi Daiojo, which is the next game we're talking about, which is a decent shrub. But like, even though it's really pretty, I just didn't really get into it when I played it. I don't know what it is. There's something about shmups that just sort of glazes over with me a lot of the time. But Black Tiger stuck with me. That is a dungeon crawling game. I believe it's Nihon Falcon, but I could be wrong about that. Regardless, it's a really cool game in terms of being this elaborate dungeon you explore that's also an arcade experience. No, I haven't played Tower of Drago, why do you ask? Though I'm really interested in that. Especially since I find this so interesting, although obviously a lot of the ways in which you engage with both are completely different. I feel stupid for saying it was a Falcom game. I'm not sure if it is. I don't know, I just get the feeling that it is. But it doesn't really resemble a lot of their work, so probably not, but whatever. It's a cool game. I really like the way it is. One of the more fun arcade games I played in this arcade. Cruisin' Exotica, another racing game. Don't have much stats on racing games lately, sorry to say, but at least as compared to Cruisin' Blast, much prettier. Extremely pretty game. I love the colors, I love the polygons. It's great looking. Need for Speed Carbon, another racing game. Very pretty racing game. 7th gen games are just so gorgeous so much of the time. Really the last console generation where I feel like mainstream games were consistently gorgeous. Poppin' Music Unilab. I really liked this game. It's really satisfying to learn. I got a perfect on Bad Apple, which was really cool. I spent a bit trying to get that right. My one complaint really is that the controller really hurts your hands to use. Like, you have to slap it really hard, and it's like this really hard plastic, and it's just... The game itself is so fun, but it just hurts a lot, which I don't really like about it. But, I mean, it's worth it. It's a really cool game. Tetris the Grandmaster 3 Terror Instinct, which is like a crazy name for a game. It's one of the many iterations of Tetris. And, like, obviously Tetris is incredible. It's one of the greatest video games ever made. I think this is a cool spin on it. I really like the aestheticism a lot. It's a little too iterative for my taste, so I would have liked if it branched out more. But I think it's really cool that such a weirdly ominous and, like, kind of scary Tetris game exists at all. Like, as a concept, I just think that's really awesome. I'm curious what the other Tetris the Grandmaster games are like, since this is the only one I've played. It's just cool. It's a cool game. I feel like I've been saying that a lot, but a lot of these arcade games I don't have super nuanced thoughts on, unfortunately. Mugia is like a matching block puzzle game. Block puzzle game. But that's pretty fun. It's pretty. It's an arcade game. Arcade games tend to be really pretty. At least older arcade games. Again, I mean, after a certain point, like around 2014, 2015, games just start looking ugly. But it's a pretty game. Not as pretty as Blaze Blue Calamity Trigger though, which is a pretty fun fighting game. Has more of an emphasis on verticality, kind of similar to Melty Blood. There's hot girls in it. I think it's funny that it's sort of like off-brand Guilty Gear because ArcSys just lost the rights to make Guilty Gear games for a while. That's a really funny concept. I had fun with it. Gachaga Champ is an interesting game. It's a Japan-only, like, sort of WarioWare arcade game, which lends itself really well to arcade as a format. It's a bunch of disparate mini-games, and it's got, like, this really endearing art style. It's two-player. It's a versus game. Unlike, say, WarioWare, at least the original WarioWare. I'm not actually entirely sure, if the other ones have multiplayer or not. I know Get It Together is like co-op, but I mean like head-to-head multiplayer. And I think that's a really cool aspect of Gachaga Champ specifically. I really like the art style though. That is a big thing for me. Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness, however, has such a big art style that kind of brings down the rest of the game for me. Wait, it has such a big art style? It has such a bad art style is what I mean to say. Warcraft in general, up until at least Warcraft 3, is just kind of ugly, but Warcraft 2, I don't know, something about it just struck me as particularly ugly. And that doesn't even, like, begin to count, like, just how bad the narrative is, which is pretty common for Warcraft. It's just gross and kind of a mess, and like generic fantasy racism, fantasy overly maximalist world building, all that nonsense. It's escapist gamer nonsense. It's totally fine. This is all saved by the fact that Warcraft 2 is like really fun to play because it is a Warcraft game, and Warcraft games are fun to play. It's satisfying to build your base and send out units and ultimately win the battle, but it's just not really worth playing that much, I don't think. Donkey Konga 2 is though. That game is awesome. I like to play the drums in it with the Bionical controller. It's really tactile and nice. Street Fighter EX is actually kind of an unconventional Street Fighter game because it's not made by Capcom, so it's sort of apocryphal. I think it is really cool though, and I think it's really fun. I also think it's really pretty. I love like early 3D Street Fighter, it's a cool idea. Garo Mark of the Wolves, however, takes the cake for maybe the prettiest fighting game so far besides Third Strike. Garo Mark of the Wolves like uses sprite work so well in Bijanays and so it's great. It's really fun too. More fun than like a lot of other SNK games I've played, including Samurai Showdown 5, which Samurai Showdown 5 is not bad, and it is really pretty. And I like the sort of odd, high-octane, fast-paced action that it takes on. But I do prefer games like Garo pretty substantially. Rage of the Dragons is sort of like a Kusoge-esque fighting game. That's sort of like just really bad. And most people like it because it's bad. I don't really think it's that bad though. I think it's completely serviceable. And that's more boring than if it was actually as, quote, bad, quote, as people say it is. I mean, it's fun, but it's not really remarkable. The same goes for Power Instinct Match Melee, which is up next, although people don't think it's nearly as bad. But I basically have the same opinions about it as I do about Rage of the Dragons, really. So the last section of the video I recorded while I was pretty tired last night. So it might have been a little silly, but I listened over, and even though it sounded a bit strange, I think it ultimately still presented my thoughts clearly, to some extent. But the next game is Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon 2003, and you may be wondering, what do you mean? What Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon 2003? Well, this is not a real, well, it is a real video game, I played it, but it's not an original game. It's a reskin of King of Fighters 2003 that's extremely rare. And it's literally the same game, but like all the colors are fucked. That's like the entire thing. And like it's King of Fighters, like I was saying earlier, King of Fighters 98. Like there's cute girls, it's fun. But the colors being fucked just makes this way funnier. I don't know why they had this like bootleg arcade at the arcade I went to, but it's pretty cool. The Last Blade 2. So I have a tragic story surrounding this one. I unknowingly played a game written by Swery. Joking aside, I think this game is cool in how it plays, especially by comparison to Samurai Showdown from the same people, because when you play Samurai Showdown, it's like this fast-paced sort of breakneck explication of samurai duels. When you play The Last Blade 2, it's more methodical. It's more calculated. In a slower way that sort of reminds sort of like a Kurosawa film. I like The Last Blade 2. It's cool. Even if Swery wrote it, the dreaded Swery. I do want to play his other stuff sometime because I think it looks funny, but I don't know if I'll have an appreciation for it beyond that, but we'll see. Speaking of fighting games with cute girls, Darkstalkers, the Night Warriors. Very pretty game. And lots of hot women. So it's actually secretly quite literary. I mean, it's a fun fighting game. I like Morgan. Magic Pendule, The Quest for Color. So Magic Pendule is a game that I have some mixed feelings about. It's a PlayStation 2 JRPG where you draw your own party members, which is really cool. I think it's a really fun conceit. And I think that the actual drawing of the party members is really in depth in a cool way. You can make some pretty elaborate monsters in the game. There's a lot of tools and detail afforded to you. But the unfortunate reality of that particular system is that, like, it's very difficult to make the monsters you make look aesthetically appealing. In addition to being effective in combat. It's possible. When I was watching Senkai Castle play it, she did it pretty effectively. Although she had to make some funny compromises to some of the designs. But it's definitely like the way the game calculates stats is like the more shit you pile on your duel, the stronger it is. And its combat system, its actual combat system, is entirely dependent on RNG, really, where it's just rock, paper, scissors, which is such a weird idea for a game's combat system. It's rock, paper, scissors, but you wouldn't be able to choose the save option twice in a row. I'm not really certain why they chose that. I mean, I guess it is simple and easy to understand, but it's just kind of annoying. A lot of people probably really like the art direction of this game. I'm not really a huge fan of it, but I don't hate it. I'm just kind of infamous for not liking like more saturated, more cartoonish art styles. I don't really like the narrative that much. It's sort of like, it's kind of just like a knockoff Ghibli movie, which is a cynical thing to say, I know. But a lot of the plot beats, like this sort of odd post-apocalyptic setting, these disenfranchised like main characters who are like who are children and seemingly have no like parental figure in their lives. Well, okay, I guess I should say Ghibli specifically, like a Miyazaki film, because Ghibli does have a wider, broader catalog than like his particular style, but this is like distinctly sort of cribbing on his movies. Even the antagonist, who shoots a kid at the end, by the way, which was kind of funny to me that was in this game. But, you know, that is sort of Ghibli-esque. Like, even the antagonist is, like, kind of obviously drawing on Muska as, like, this government agent figure trying to tap into this ancient primordial power in the Doodle Tower of Muska from Laputa Castle in the Sky. So it really does just sort of feel like a retread of a lot of Miyazaki's ideas, in a way that honestly a lot of things often are, especially when it comes to video games, right? Like Breath of the Wild sort of covered his ideas, although in a context that I think it makes less sense for the movie, and with less elucidation. I think it's funny that like one of the post-game super bosses in this game is Reimu Hakare from Toho. But otherwise, not really much else to say. This was the Game Club game for, I believe it was July. I think it's funny that the game has a lot of first-person sections. Bloodborne. So, when I was in England, I had access to a PlayStation 4. So I decided I would get this one off of my list, even though I knew I probably wouldn't like it. And I didn't like it. I think there's so much I have to say about Bloodborne, really. I planned on doing a video about it at some point this year, but I never got around to doing it just because I got so busy with moving to another state and everything. So I guess, like, okay, this is really hard for me to compartmentalize because there's so much stuff I want to talk about with this game. It's a pretty dense game. So with Bloodborne, I actually think the moment-to-moment combat is fun. I like that. I don't like how easy the game is, especially compared to the other Souls games. like a lot of times with Bloodborne, you get to a boss and you beat the boss in one try, and it just feels totally weightless compared to like I don't know, Demon Souls or Dark Souls, where like in Demon Souls there's a lot of bosses I beat in one try, but I often had to like come up with like some sort of strategy to do it. With Bloodborne I could literally just walk in and win. Like the game gives you so many iframes. I think the game is also extremely ugly, and some people will be like, oh, that's fitting. I don't really think it's ugly in the right ways. I don't think it's visceral. I think it's like overly gaudy and shiny. I think it overuses specular highlights. I think it has some of the worst world design in any video game I've ever seen. There's so many bits in Bloodborne where like it's like, oh, you need to find a ladder, but you can't see the ladder because everything looks like shit. Like it just blends into the scenery. I think the idea of trick weapons is cool. I like blood vials. I don't know why people complain about grinding for them, because like I only ever had to do that once and it took like 5 minutes. Well, not once, but like a few times. It took me like 5 minutes. I don't find the lore very compelling. I get people love the lore of Bloodborne, they think it's like incredible world building or whatever, but like it's just sort of I mean, like, it all connects, right? Like, it's, like, interwoven and interlocking and stuff, but, like, it doesn't really amount to much of anything beyond being, like, whoa, this is, like, such a world with lore in it. There's, like, this underlying discussion of, like, femininity and womanhood in the game. But, like, it sort of feels like it's... Like, a lot of people are like, oh, it's about the viscera of the female body being encroached upon. And you can certainly read it that way, I suppose. But, like, to me it read more as, like, wow, vaginas and periods are scary. Wow, I went to the period dimension that was full of blood. Wow. It was just kind of, like goofy to me. I think what really cements it for me is something that most people don't see because they don't play the Chalice dungeons. And now I love the Chalice dungeons. They're actually one of my favorite parts of the game mechanically. I love the dungeon crawling loop of going through them. They frustrated me a lot, but like I liked them. I know people don't like them because they're made of like prefab assets or whatever. But, like, that doesn't bother me that much. It's not like they're procedurally generated or anything. I mean, you can generate them, but, like, the main ones aren't. Okay. So, like, the final boss of the Chalice dungeons is this lady named Queen Yarnum, who's, like, the namesake of the main town that you play in the game. And Queen Yarnum has this mechanic in her boss fight where she's pregnant, and the way she'll like make clones of herself, and the way you tell which one is the clone and which one is real is you like have to look at which one is pregnant and attack it. And that is just so like comically ghoulish to me as a boss fight concept. I think it's really funny, but also it sort of speaks to me like what Bloodborne's priorities are. And some people are like, oh, it's like auto-critique, because like you play as the bad guy in that game. But I don't know. I feel like the game wouldn't be as like easy and like power fantasy focused if that was the case. I think Miyazaki just thinks the periods are scary or whatever. Well, maybe not even Miyazaki himself, and this is a different Miyazaki than the one I was talking about earlier. This is like the guy who directed a lot of the FromSoftware games. I like maybe not Miyazaki specifically, but like the game itself, right? Because like who cares what Miyazaki thinks? I will say though that it's funny to me that Souls fans continue to like I say Souls fans here, and I'm talking about Bloodborne, because most people who like Bloodborne are like predominantly into Souls, even though I think they're pretty different in some major ways. It's funny to me that Souls fans bitch and moan about like the best boss fights in FromSoft games, and that continues to be a trend here, because like Mikolash is so funny. Like, I can't believe that people think he's like such a terrible boss fight. Like, they literally put like a Lego game boss fight in this game. That's so funny. That's awesome. But I guess Souls fans just want every boss fight to be like the same fucking boss. Bloodborne: The Old Hunters is an expansion to Bloodborne. I don't really think even adds that much. Like, if you talk about Bloodborne: The Old Hunters, people, they say like, oh, it's peak fiction. Oh, it's peak fiction. It's one of the best things I've ever experienced. The things this reveals about the lore are incredible. And then it's like, you play the game and it's like, oh, the symbol they stole from Berserk for the Hunters was actually based on the Hanged Man universe. And you're like, okay, thanks, game. That was really enlightening. I think the fishing village is like a cool setting. I think the clock tower is really pretty. But I don't really care for it that much. I was pretty underwhelmed by it. I think it's funny that Ludwig is the only Souls boss ever, maybe. Okay, well, besides, like, Infested Colossus or whatever it's called from Demon Souls, that I beat in one try and without healing. Like, I just basically ignored Ludwig. It's funny because my girlfriend, she got, like, filtered by Ludwig. But I just, like just dodge. Like, I don't know. Bloodborne gives you so many tools to, like, arbitrarily mitigate damage. I really resent the stuff with Maria in this DLC. I like her character design, I think she's cool. But this whole reveal that the doll is like this... Not only is the doll like a sex puppet for the main villain of the original Bloodborne, that is already known. I think that's a particularly like eyebrow-raising aspect of the game. But like, because like he's sort of presented as this tragic figure. But like she is based on Maria. Like, when you meet Maria's sort of ghost in the Old Hunters, that's, like, the easiest way I could explain it without, like, divulging too much on fucking Bloodborne lore. You find out that the doll is, like, sort of based on her, and that she was, like, the old man's, like, former apprentice, which makes the doll, like, even weirder and creepier. And, like, I think if the game played on that more, that could be cool. But, like, when you kill Maria, you go back to the doll and she's like, oh, thank you for killing her, now I can be happy. It's like, you're literally, like, the postmodern sex doll facsimile of a living woman who was tutored by the guy who now, like, assaults you. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? It's just grotesque. It is, like, super grotesque. And, like, it is the most damning thing against, like, Bloodborne as an artistic movement to me. I despise it. I thought it was really funny beating Orphan of Kaz on my first try, like, effortlessly. That was one of the only fights that really pushed me in all of Bloodborne, and I still beat it without really, like, needing to think about it too much. Which I think is sort of representative of how Bloodborne is compared to the other Souls games. But yeah, I definitely think the Old Hunters is worse than Bloodborne, and I don't even like Bloodborne, really, that much. I don't understand why people say these are the greatest games of all time, certainly. Dark Souls Artorias of the Abyss, so, okay. You may be wondering, where is original Dark Souls? Well, I've played original Dark Souls before this year. I never finished it until this year. But, you know, after playing Bloodborne, I thought maybe I should give it another shot, because I did never get through it. And I love Demon Souls, and later on in this video I'll talk about how I love Dark Souls 2. I'm not really huge on the original Dark Souls. There's a few bits I really like, though. And Artorias of the Abyss, I do quite like. I think Dark Souls 1 is really pretty. And I think Artorias of the Abyss has some of the coolest imagery in Dark Souls 1 as a project. Like, the like, Ulasil town, like, collapsing into the void. And I know it's called the Abyss, okay, I just don't care. And like the forest, that sort of wood between the worlds-esque forest where you fight those scarecrow people, is so cool. Like, it's such an evocative little frame, and I think this recontextualization of what Lordran was like in the past, by comparison to Lordran in the present, is a really cool concept. I think it does a lot. I love seeing, like, the decay, in just this totally alien fantasy world. I'm not huge on the guy Artorias himself. I mean, I think he's fine. He's definitely, like, a Souls boss. But, like, I feel like they could have done more with him. I know his story is like, oh, it's so freaking tragic, or whatever, but, like, I don't know, I thought it was kind of corny. It's like, that's, like, an alright aspect of it. I thought it was a bit weird that, like, Sif was such a big part of it, too. But, whatever. Manus is kind of a dumb boss, though. But, like, in kind of a funny way, so that's okay. The one boss I did really like was Calamite. I think it's so funny that he just, like, kills you the first time you meet him. And I liked having to work around the fact that he was a dragon. That was cool. But yeah, Artorias of the Abyss, sort of elevates the original game to me in a lot of ways, and, like, really feels like this cool companion piece. I like it a lot. I don't like Dark Souls 1 as much, but I like Artorias of the Abyss a lot. Now, Drakengard 2 is a game that I was expecting to be like a shooter for, right? Like, I was expecting to be like, yeah, this game rules. You guys are just wrong. You're upset because you're like, Artorias, like, daddy Yoko Taro didn't work on it. And he did actually work on it. He directed a lot of the cutscenes. So, like, that's not even true. I don't know where people get that assertion from. But, like, I do think Drakengard 2 is just not very good, which is kind of sad. It's fine. I think it's really pretty. I think it's just so tedious, though, in ways that Drakengard wasn't. Because people sort of get the wrong idea about Drakengard, I think. They think it's a lot more tedious than it actually is. And they don't really realize the ways in which, like, that game reprograms your brain to find it fun over time. They sort of just act like, oh, it's a freaking Warriors game, so that means it's freaking tedious, which is, like, stupid. Like, I genuinely just don't get why people hate Muso so much. But, I think Drakengard 1 is one of the best games of all time. Bar none. Top 5 games for me, easily. Drakengard 2 is like, what if we made a sequel that subverted Drakengard 1 narratively? And then that's just like a normal fantasy novel, so it's like fucking boring. It's like, got so much like lore shit in it, and it's like, are you people serious? Why does this feel like I'm reading like some like Wheel of Time fanfiction? Like, why are we talking about lore stuff in Drakengard? I love the colors though. Like, Cavia cannot fuck up visual direction. It's so sad that they're gone. I love the colors, and I like a lot of the soundtrack too. It's nowhere near as good as Drakengard 1 though. And I like the sort of Demolition Lovers-esque, like, romance that Kaim and Angelus have in this game. I just think that's, like, it's both amusing in concept, and obviously it's like in the first game as well, but like less explicated. But it's both amusing in concept and like handled in a way that I find compelling. I think the Kind boss fight is just like a really cool idea, but I'm kind of a sucker for that kind of thing. I mean, like Pokemon Gold and Silver are probably my favorite Pokemon games, so take what you will from that. Evergrace is another like FromSoftware masterpiece. I will say that I don't like the translation that H-Tech did. I also didn't like their translation for Magic Pendulum very much. But I think that everything else about the game makes up for it. And I sort of went back and forth on Evergrace for a bit because of that translation specifically, and because I don't really like the overall narrative, even sort of this proto-Anodyne 2 like motherhood narrative, and I don't really resonate very much with these stories about motherhood for reasons. I've never really had a good relationship with my mom. I do like Evergrace a lot. I think aesthetically, like just on a presentational level, it's a tour de force. Like, it has one of the greatest soundtracks in any video game ever. Maybe the greatest soundtrack of all time, although it's in pretty high competition with, like, say, Drakengard or Chrono Cross. But, like, it's really, really good. And I think the presentation is just phenomenal, like, visually as well. Like, the earthy tones in the forest, the autumny color palette, combined with like the PS2 resolution, that sort of adds like a texture to it. It's just a really pretty, really beautiful sounding portrait of this like ethereal other world. And the way the combat works is kind of hard to come to grips with, but it's cool conceptually. Like how everything is tied around these pressure sensitive buttons. It's really novel. I like Evergrace quite a bit. I think it's lovely. So Little Big Planet, really cool game. A lot of people think I hate platformers. I don't hate platformers. I don't like a lot of platformers. I talked about this kind of earlier in the video when I was talking about Corn Kids. But I don't hate them. There's a lot of platformers I like again, Super Paper Mario, or like Shovel Knight. Like Shovel Knight Plague of Shadows specifically is one of my favorite games of all time. And Little Big Planet is also one of my favorite games of all time. Newly, after playing it, this is an easy 5 stars. I love this sort of patchwork fantasia that the levels are set in. It's just really cool. I love the bizarre handcrafted patchwork world, and how it's sort of reflective of the creativity of what you can create in the level maker and stuff. I think it's kind of oddly racist in a lot of ways, but like, you know, everything is to some extent. I was just kind of shocked by it when I played, because I've never seen anyone talk about that element of it. I think the physics-based platforming can get a little annoying at some points, but mostly like functions in a satisfying way. It's not a big deal. I think it's a really cool game. Also, the soundtrack is really incredible. I mean, both the songs made for the game and the licensed music choices. I get a Jim Noir's My Patch stuck in my head a lot because of this game. It's a really cool game. And I also played the sequel, Little Big Planet 2. I don't like Little Big Planet 2 as much, which might be surprising because, you know, it's Little Big Planet but more. But that's precisely a big part of why I don't like it. It's just sort of an iteration on Little Big Planet. It's also more polished in a way that I dislike. There's something rugged and handcrafted about the levels in Little Big Planet 1. Something that feels odd about the NPCs just being cardboard cutouts and stuff. In Little Big Planet 2, like, you have these fully modeled, bespoke NPCs that you can't really meaningfully, like, make your own of in the level maker. I mean, you can make voiced characters, but you can't make, like, act like your own models and stuff. You can't make these intensely modeled characters in the same way that, say, you can make your own cardboard cutouts in Little Big Planet 1. And Little Big Planet 2 has more of like a conventional narrative that's kind of boring, whereas Little Big Planet 1 was more like impressionistic and like laid back about its narrative in a way that like sort of let everything else work for me. I also think Little Big Planet 2's higher focus on like giving you these little toys to play with in each world is kind of a little annoying, but it's not a big deal. Like, I think the grappling hook is fun, but I think stuff like the grabby gloves are just like what is the point of this? This feels completely perfunctory. I also don't think the soundtrack is as good as the first one. The strangest thing about Little Big Planet 2 is there's this bit where you go to an insane asylum, and all the characters from Little Big Planet 1 are there for some reason. And, like, I don't mean this, like, I'm not offended by this or anything. I'm not gonna be one of those weirdo, like, fandom people who's like, oh my god, they made fun of the fans? But, like, I am confused, like, what did the game mean by this? Like, I'm just curious. Like, it's such a funny and strange choice. Like, what do you mean all the characters from Little Big Planet 1 are, like, crazy people? Also, they mentioned machine elves, like, extremely casually in this game, which I thought was really funny for a kid's game. Like, why are you talking about DMT? But yeah, Little Big Planet 1, amazing. Little Big Planet 2, not as good, but still pretty fun. I mean, Little Big Planet 2 has the community-made level Omori Dies, which is just a cardboard cutout of Omori exploding, which is, exactly my kind of humor. Pong the next level is a really funny conceit for a game. What if we took Pong and we, you know, made the graphics higher fidelity and we added some mechanics to it? And, like, it's Pong, but, like, it's not as good as Pong. Like, it's fine. But I think it looks kind of garish. Whereas the original Pong is really quite pretty. And I don't think the new mechanics really add much of anything to the game. It's just like, yeah, that's certainly a take on Pong. It's not transformative enough to be really interesting, but like, not faithful enough that it's cool. I mean, like, I would just rather play like the original Pong. Why would I play this? I guess like, if I really wanted to play Pong on my PlayStation 1, like, there's my option for doing so. But, I don't ever have the urge to use my PlayStation 1 for Pong, actually. So, I'm good. Okay, so my actual last interaction with Little Big Planet this year wasn't Little Big Planet 2, it was Little Big Planet, the Metal Gear Solid level kit, which I thought would be funny to check out. And it was surprising to me how much it, like, sort of changed, because, like, it's for Little Big Planet 1, not 2, so you still have, like, these cardboard cutout NPCs of, like, the Metal Gear characters. It's funny seeing, like, Liquid Ocelot in this sort of style. But I thought it was crazy that they sort of added, like, new mechanics. I wasn't expecting, like guns to get added to Little Big Planet, even if they're, like, comical paintball guns. It really changes how the game feels, like, when you use one. And the fact that they sort of use the 2.5D to emulate it being a corridor shooter is really cool. I wouldn't say it's anything, like, super remarkable, but I was, like, kind of impressed by it. I liked it more than Peace Walker, as far as Metal Gear Solid games go. Yeah, it's fun. It's cute. It's a Little Big Planet. 8-bit Bayonetta is It's a game I mostly played because I thought it'd be funny if I said, yeah, I played a Bayonetta game, and then it was this one. I will play actual Bayonetta at some point. I don't anticipate I'll like it very much, but 8-bit Bayonetta is just funny. Like, well, first of all, it's not even 8-bit. It's like, it's not accurate to any particular era of 2D sprite work besides, like, the 2010s, I guess, where, like, garish, false replications of quote retro quote sprite work were like a common aesthetic choice. It still are to some extent, but not as much. Yeah, 8-bit Bayonetta, not even 8-bit. Like, I guess the closest approximation would be 16-bit, but still. And it's just like a shitty, like Chrome Dinosaur-esque game. Except Chrome Dinosaur is a lot prettier and a lot more fun. This game is like, you jump and you shoot. And you can't move, you just jump and you shoot. And it just feels like shit. And that's the whole thing. And it's just the 404 page for the Platinum Games website, so I guess I shouldn't expect more from it than that. But, you know, you guys said Bayonetta was good. Why is it like this? But seriously, it is a pretty funny game to even exist. And for that, I can appreciate it. Panzer Dragoon Orta, you know, I was expecting this to be a lot worse than it was, just because of how people talk about it. But no, it's great. I don't think it's as good as the first one or Saga, but I kind of like it more than Zwei. It's cool. It's really pretty. I mean, it's a Panzer Dragoon game, so, like, no shit, but, like, it's just really so striking. The original Xbox visuals just look incredible. I still prefer how, like, the first Panzer Dragoon looks, but, like, wow. And I think the way they incorporated the changing dragon forms from Saga into the rail shooter gameplay was really clever. By making them sort of have different control properties. I do wish the game wasn't so fucking hard, though. Even on the easiest difficulty, the game is, like, pretty ridiculously hard, which I guess is fair for Panzer Dragoon. That's not uncommon. There's a specific mechanic in the final boss that is pretty challenging to contend with, though. Narratively, I think it's cool, as, like, it's sort of like an epilogue to Panzer Dragoon, because I've met a lot of people who think that Orta is, like, a bad game because we never see what Orta's adventures are like after Orta or whatever. They're like, oh, it should have had sequels, it should have had its own trilogy. It's like, why? I think this idea of this new beginning after the trilogy is all that really needs to exist. Sort of like how I think Apollo Justice should have been the last Ace Attorney game. Like, I think Saga is like a perfect bookend to like the ideas of the first three games, and Orta's like the let's move on now, you know? I think it's cool that it's like that. I think it's a fitting conclusion to Panzer Dragoon. And I love how it uses the Xbox hardware. I'm surprised I don't see more people talking about this game. I guess it's just because it's really hard to emulate Xbox games. Like, I had to play this on someone else's Xbox One, because I don't have an original Xbox. So that's probably why it's not as discussed as it should be. But it's really cool. If you're playing Panzer Dragoon, you should play Orta. Not just the first three, even though the first three are also incredible. And I would say the first one and Saga are better than Orta. Bloodborne PS1, I played sort of in response to Bloodborne because I was curious about how it was sort of adapted to a PS1 game. And, well, I already don't like Bloodborne. And the fan game approximation of it, as it turns out, I like even less. It's an adaptation of like the first stretch of the game, and I love a lot of PS1 games. I think the PS1 has some of the prettiest games of all time. Like, the first Metal Gear Solid, Silent Hill 1, the 3 Final Fantasy games on there, each of those are gorgeous. Chrono Cross is one of the most stunning games ever made. But Bloodborne PS1, like, totally misunderstands the aesthetic direction of the console. And kind of just, like, looks really ugly and drab. It's oddly framed and doesn't really feel like a PS1 game in any way. It feels like Bloodborne, but like with some mild concessions made to make it feel slightly more like a PS1 game. Like having weapon switching from Armored Core, which if I was FromSoft in the 90s and I was making Bloodborne, I wouldn't be taking inspiration from Armored Core systems. I would be taking inspiration from Kingsfield's systems. But yeah, it's just kind of insufferably rote. It's like, whatever, you know, like, yeah, that's an approximation of Bloodborne that isn't very good or interesting. It doesn't really do much with the concept, other than, like, you want to play Bloodborne, but with different graphics, I guess. I will say I like how it looks more than the original, just because I think the original is so ugly that it's, like, one of the ugliest games ever made, maybe. But, like, not by much. But Bloodborne PS1 is still pretty ugly. I learned today that Nightmare Cart is free on Steam, so I might play that next year at some point. Not because I think I'll like it, but because I'm curious about off-brand Bloodborne kart racing game conceptually. Like, what does that even look like or manifest as? I'm curious. Save the Date. This is like a game from 2014, I think, and it was the Game Club game shared with OFF for August of this year. The idea of doing 2 games in 1 month was a really bad one, and I regret letting it happen twice. You will see the results of the second time happening. The second time it happened later in the video. That made me, like, decide to never allow it to happen again. Save the Date is like this sort of meta commentary about games as art and like narratives in games and the ways in which narratives are sort of inherently non-linear in games. So of course narratives are always inherently non-linear. I mean, we exist in postmodern times. But like the sense that like saves and reloads alter games narratively, distance the player from the narrative and the text. I talk about this a lot in the Life is Strange video, which is a game I played this year but didn't mention here because I made a video about it. But Save the Date is talking about that. It's sort of a small like thesis about that. I don't think it's a particularly compelling thesis about it. Like, I agree with the ideas it's getting across, but also they're all things that I already agreed with. And I think the writing is kind of, like, really annoying. Like, it's laden with, like, pop culture references that are sort of pointless. And sort of millennial-esque writing that makes it, like, extremely grating. It's not the worst thing ever, and I feel like if you've never been exposed to its ideas before, it's probably pretty interesting, but, like, I already thought of all those things. I actually think I wrote and recorded the Life is Strange video around the time I played this. Yeah, it's not exactly breaking new ground for me here. Yuki's palpitating, passionate, phenomenal, and quite frankly proficient quest for a hot girlfriend. So Yuki's 4P, it's just like a cute little Red P game. It's just a cute little visual novel about this girl, like she gets a girlfriend, which is pretty awesome. And it's just endearing. I have more to say about the sequel, Scheme, Spikachinatsu, and Haruka's enchanting, marvelous, and quite frankly, daring, I think it is, quest to save their cute girlfriend. Which is where the girlfriends, so like apparently Yuki's 4P's like canon ending is like this poly ending where they all get together. And in Scheme, that sort of continues because like Yuki gets kidnapped to help someone get a girlfriend. Did they all become girlfriends at the end? And like, it's an 8-way polycule? And like, I don't know, maybe I'm just embittered from personal experience. But like, that seems so ridiculously untenable. Like, it feels like, I don't know, it's so saccharine in a way that's kind of like super grating. Like, that sounds awful. 8 people? Maybe I just don't get it. Good for them, I guess. And the final game in that trilogy, has your dream of dating a cute bunny girl finally come true? Is a massive departure because it's sort of implied that Haruka got like killed or something and went to like an isekai world. And so like she meets this bunny girl who looks like Yuki, and like it's like, oh, I'm actually cis in this world now. Cool. Or whatever. She like gets to reinvent her life as a woman. It's a really weird fantasy scenario. I'm not a huge fan of it. Conceptually. Because, you know, like, I don't think I don't know how to go about talking about this exactly. But like, I think having the fantasy of a trans girl character be that she wants to be cis is just sort of insulting. And because like, I don't want to be cis, you know? Sometimes I want to be cis because it would make my life easier. Like, people wouldn't look at me funny when I asserted my womanhood. They wouldn't. But like, I wouldn't like get assaulted in like a pub in England over it, you know. But like, I just like, I don't want to be a cis woman. I'm happy with who I am. I'm happy with what I am as a transsexual. As materially something other than man and woman, you know? Like, I don't really like this erasure of the material trans woman experience. That is what I exist as. And that's okay, and that's cool. I like what I am. But I'm probably thinking too much about this game. It's literally like I think maybe I've been speaking about it for longer than the game actually is, which is kind of funny. It's pretty short. I don't even really know why it exists, honestly. On a lighter note, let's talk about Katamari Damacy. So I've known of Katamari Damacy my whole life. Like Peanut Butter Gamer, who's a YouTuber I watched as a kid, who I grew up like looking at Peanut Butter Gamer now is so surreal because it feels like having a friend from elementary school who's like exactly the same person, but you're like a completely different person because you're an adult. But like, even though he's like obviously like in his 30s or whatever, I feel like way older than him. Like, it feels like he just never matured. And I know obviously that's because he's like a brand and he has to maintain like a specific identity, but it's still just like sort of surreal to me. But anyway, Katamari Damacy. So my whole life I've known about this game. I've known about it as like a weird game that seemed cool. And so I finally played it this year, and I hate to say it, but I was a little disappointed. I did like it a lot. I think the art direction is really cool. I love the soundtrack. And the way it controls is so bespoke. It's really fun. But I kind of just felt a little like something was missing. And I think its sequel is a lot better. But I do like the original. I'll talk more about We Love Katamari later, though. So, keeping up with the ball rolling trend, I just started with... Wait, I should have said keeping the ball rolling on ball rolling games. I start with Katamari Damacy. Super Monkey Ball 2. This is a really fascinating game because it's really frustrating and annoying to play, and it can be pretty satisfying to finally solve the levels. And the spaces are so surreal. A lot like the first game. Really, Super Monkey Ball 2 is pretty similar to the first game. Besides like having an adventure mode and stuff. And it's a winning formula. I mean, I think that Super Monkey Ball is a little too frustrating for me, maybe, but I do think it can be fun, and I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it. It's cool. They're cool games. I'm glad games like that exist, and I'm glad that games like that still kind of get made. Like stuff like Space Hole isn't exactly similar, but it's more similar than you'd expect. Or like, as I was talking about earlier, Fishy. Fishy games are very reminiscent of Super Monkey Ball. Yasamin. Yasamin is a puzzle game where you sort of drag your mouse cursor over squares of the same color on the corners in order to like get points. I think it's a really fun puzzle game. It's really cathartic. I got like a little stressed out by it because of the timer, but it's pretty fun. It's not my favorite puzzle game ever, but it's pretty fun. My favorite puzzle game is probably Tetris or the upcoming Panel de Pon. Infinity is what we will be. This is a short itch game that's a rumination on the nature of existence and our relationships to each other, and conveys it all through this jagged and like visceral, like crayon drawing style that's just really evocative. It's a really beautiful game. It's one of my favorite games of all time, certainly. I love the way it uses like crushed and compressed music to convey its ideas and points. That's really effective. It's really short. It's literally only like 10 to 15 minutes to play through the whole thing, and it's free. Just look it up and play it. It's really something. Its ideas about each moment lasting forever are pretty impactful. On to another one of my favorite games of all time, but this time one that's a lot less evocative emotionally. WarioWare Inc. Mega Micro Games. WarioWare is just a really effective minigame collection. It's sort of like an examination of like our postmodern condition of slop. Because Wario, the dark foil to Mario, of course, sort of observes like the endless churning of like nonsense Mario games out by Nintendo and decides, I'm going to do that too. Because, you know, he's Mario. They're the same. They're doppelgangers. They exist to highlight each other. And so, like, he just keeps making, like, a bunch of fodder. Like, totally terrible games. Well, not terrible, actually. A lot of them are pretty fun. But, like, pretty, like, insubstantive games he can keep shoveling out over and over and over. And that's, like, such a fascinating illumination of games as a medium. like how they largely exist post digital information age. So like a lot of it is just like detritus made to make something, made for a purpose other than like expressing ideas, made like because you have to make games. You have to keep piling on more and more games into existence. And I think like the fact that this game is so anxiety inducing is also reflective of that. I really like WarioWare. I think it's a really cool game. I haven't played the other ones at all. I don't think I would like them as much, if only because I don't think they'll probably be super inventive with the premise. But the first one's really cool. Bunny Swordmaster story. Honestly, I remember more about the process I went through to play this game than actually playing it. I thought it was cute. I think it's funny that you have to like get the game from like speedrunners because they're the only people who've archived it. I don't even remember why I played this game. Probably just because there's a bunny girl in it. And, like, yeah, that's enough reason to do anything really. It's a cool game. I like it. It's like 5 minutes long. Panel to Pawn. Now this is a contender for my favorite puzzle game alongside Tetris, although it's not Soviet, so it's losing points for that. It's really pretty, and the soundtrack is incredible. I talked about the remake earlier, and that's less pretty, but still pretty. But this is like phenomenal in terms of like its aesthetic direction. They knew how to use the Super Nintendo extremely well. And the actual puzzle mechanics of like swapping around different tiles are just really satisfying to perform. I really like Panel to Pawn. It made me cry a lot when I played it. I thought it was super cool. Armored Core 1. I talked a bit about Armored Core 1 earlier when I was talking about Bloodborne PS1, because Bloodborne PS1 draws a lot from Armored Core 1. That's obviously like, you know, due to the fact that the creator of Bloodborne PS1 is like obsessed with mecha, which is not something I've ever really been able to find myself relating to in like trans woman community. It's like I just don't really care for mecha all that much. Not mecha as in the style of storytelling. I'm certain there are mecha that I would find interesting. I like Evangelion, and I bet I'd like more than that if I watched more, but more so like I'm not really into like mecha as an aesthetic, like other people are. But yeah, Armored Core is cool. Add that to the list of mecha I like. It's like horrible. It's horrifying. It's this game where like you're stripped down to nothing, uses a tool of the regimes in power, and it just feels nightmarish in that sense, and I think that's really cool. I love how if you fail too much, you can get your body like stripped for parts, and you become like a cyborg guy who's like barely subsisting. It's such a horrible punishment. It's a really, really cool game. I'm interested to see how the sequels follow up on it, because I've only played the first Armored Core. I haven't played any of the other ones. I am really curious, because I don't really know how you could follow up this game, like what you would even do with it. And I know that's like the funny meme about me, like, haha, Rissy doesn't know like how they can even make a sequel to this game. But like, I'm genuinely curious, because the first one feels like such a complete statement. Qbert. It might be surprising that I hadn't played Qbert before this year. It kind of surprises me too. I mean, my password when I was like a child was always Qbert123 for things. Like, I was oddly compelled by Qbert as a kid, but I never actually played Qbert. And after playing it, yeah, it's great. It's cool. I love how it looks. I love the colors. I love the perspective. and it's satisfying. It's just a fun arcade game. Kix is similar. That's QYX. I'm not sure if that's how it's pronounced, but I don't know how else it's pronounced. It just also sounds kind of wrong. Also very pretty arcade game with a very unique mode of control. I like Kix a lot. It's probably my favorite game from the year it came out, which I think is 1981. I haven't played that many games from 1981, admittedly, but it is a really cool one. I just love drawing shapes in it and stuff, and how ethereal it feels to play. Atari Basketball is another arcade game I played, and I'm going to talk a lot about Atari later in this video. I played a lot of Atari games this year, toward the end of the year. Within the past week, actually. But, well, past 2 weeks, I suppose. But, like, Atari Basketball is really cool in how it's presented in, like, this black and white display. And, I mean, it's definitely a basketball game. I do like it more than NBA Jam, which I also played. NBA Jam is just a lot less expressive. I feel like the sprite work is too detailed, you know, which might sound like heresy to a lot of people here, but I just like how abstracted Atari Basketball is by comparison. I also think NBA Jam is a little too complex, but that's just me. And maybe I'm not the best person to speak on either, only having played them at an arcade for like about a few minutes each. A few rounds of each game. Lunar Lander. Okay, Lunar Lander is a really cool game. Like, vector-based graphics already, fantastic. Like, that alone puts it ahead of the curve for me. I love vector-based graphics, but also, it's just really fascinating how this game controls and how it plays. Like, the actual landing is so difficult, like, constrained. I think it's a really, really fun game. I think it's cool. But there's not a whole lot to say about it, you know, you just land on the moon. But that's a fun premise. Mario Kart Arcade GP DX. Okay, so this is just like sort of a sequel or like a retooling of Mario Kart Arcade GP, I'm not entirely sure. And I don't even know exactly what's different about it. I think this one is the one with the camera. I think I was wrong earlier when I was talking about the original. I think this is the one with the camera. But that's the only significant difference that I can think of. I played these games too far apart, I think. Like a month apart from each other at different arcades in different countries across the world. So my perspective is probably a bit flawed in comparing them. I'm sure there are some substantial differences, but I would not be the one to name them. Tapper. This is a really fun arcade game. I like it. There's not a lot to say about it. I just think it's satisfying. I like sliding the little beers down the counter. I think it's cool. I think it's funny that there's like a non-alcoholic version or so I hear, and that's pretty amusing. Burger Time. Burger Time's alright. I like how it looks a lot. I love games with like a black void for a background. I think it's a cool artistic choice. And like, this is essentially a puzzle to like complete the burgers, which is okay. Like, yeah. I assume this is what it's like to work in a fast food restaurant. I don't know, the only service jobs I've ever done were not in restaurants themselves, so I wouldn't be able to say. But, you know, I kind of figure this is exactly what it's like. Soul Calibur 6. This is the first Soul Calibur game I've ever played. Again, atypical of me. Usually I try to play the first game in a series when I'm playing a series. But this is just because I was at a friend's house and she offered to play with me. I like how it feels compared to a lot of other fighting games. It feels really fluid, and I think that's cool. Obviously, a lot of fighting games are fluid to some extent, but there's something about the way the swords weave in Soul Calibur that's really neat. I'm trying to think. I don't really like how it looks. Like, it looks decent, I guess. But it is an 8th gen game, so it's sort of bound to look not very good, which is unfortunate. I also think the fact that the fucking Reddit guy, Geralt from The Witcher, is in the game is, like, annoying. Oh, and that 2B is in the game is annoying. But I'm also just sort of uniquely resentful of, like, crossover characters in general. So maybe that's just a me problem. Off. Yeah, I bet it's surprising that I didn't play Off until this year. I actually tried to play Off in 2022, I think. But the version of Off I had would crash after I got through the first room. But yeah, Off is just an incredible game. It quickly skyrocketed into my top 10 games of all time after playing it. The ludology of the battle system is crazy. It's almost Drakengardien in a sense, where it's just like so boring intentionally as to be like monotonous, but not like. But then it becomes fun, the same way Drakengard does, because Drakengard starts out boring, and then it becomes fun. It's reprogramming you, and in the same way that like video games reprogram us to be desensitized to violence, as so much in the postmodern condition does. I also think like Off has a good sense of humor. I know some people who watch this channel would disagree with that. I really like the soundtrack. I love the use of Somewhere Over the Rainbow, the original Judy Garland recording at the very end. That new Off port that's coming to Switch, part of the reason I'm so skeptical of it is I know they're going to like remove that probably. And that usage of that song is so integral to this game to me. That disabling of like the wizard behind the curtain at the end of the game, you know. Yeah, I love Off. It's a great work of like abstract ludology. It's so visually distinctive. It's so sonically distinctive, and really all the like RPG Maker pieces that follow it in sort of a, to a substantial degree, like you can see the traces of Off in them, right? Like in your Space Funerals and your Hello Charlottes, like you can feel the Off influences in both of those. Off is just really a one-of-a-kind game. It must be played to be believed, and it's free and it's only like 5 hours long. Everyone should play Off. Or as they would say in the parlance of my server, everyone should beat Off. Yeah, I had to make the joke one more time. Anyway, Shining Flower, Hikaru Hana. Now, Shining Flower is an interesting game for this list because it's not quite a game in a conventional sense. It doesn't have any active play. Even something like Infinity is what we will be, for example. Like, the pace of that game is controlled by how you move through it. You click on things to explore it. You find things in it. Shining Flower is essentially a short film that runs on the Apple II. It's a pretty abstract short film. It's got really evocative colors, and it uses the compression to make it look so great. It's such a cool looking film game thing. I like it quite a bit. It reminds me a lot of Cat Soup, which is in my top 5 favorite films ever made. So that's high praise. I love the use of abstraction. I love the use of color. I love the use of compression. I love the soundtrack. Really, I think everyone should watch it. Like you can watch it pretty easily. It's only like 40 minutes long, and it's like on YouTube. If you can't be asked to like emulate it on the Apple II. It's just a really cool impressionist piece. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It's cool. And then we have 2 more of my favorite games of all time back to back here. We have Eco, we have Shadow of the Colossus. Starting with Eco, which is in my top 30 games list. There's a game I talk about later in this video. Well, I will talk about. I haven't spoken about it yet because it hasn't happened yet, because that's not how it happened. But Eco is sort of similar to this game I'm going to talk about later, Adventure for the Atari 2600. In the sense that it's like an impressionistic set of wordless challenges. Almost wordless. Eco does have words, but a lot of them you can't read. Because a lot of Eco's dialogue is in a language that the player character doesn't understand, so it's not translated to English. And that creates a sense of alienation that I find interesting. And so much of Eco is just these beautiful spaces. There's no user interface at all, which is really cool. It's almost entirely just like these evocative areas and sets that you traipse through. I like it a lot. I also like that it has a holding hand mechanic, and that your controller like rumbles slightly when you hold the girl's hand. It's really cute. It's such an excellent like wordless masterpiece. Like if you're looking into like anything about game design, anything about discussion of games, like this is one of the ones you absolutely have to play. Even more so than Shadow of the Colossus, because even though Shadow of the Colossus, that's how I'm segueing into Shadow of the Colossus here, is the more like popular game, certainly. I mean, it's in an Adam Sandler movie as a major plot point, for God's sake. I think it's less transgressive than Eco is. Shadow of the Colossus is a lot more conventional, and I still really like it. But it's definitely a more satisfying game. It has a user interface. It's more streamlined around hunting down the Colossi. It's beautiful. I love the way the frame rate drops so frequently in that game. Like it's crumbling under the weight of these giants, trying to contain them in digital shackles. I love the puzzles of the bosses themselves. They're pretty fun. And I love so much about Shadow of the Colossus. I like Eco more, but Shadow of the Colossus does so much right. I love the barren overworld, which is sort of like in response to like the emergence of like 3D open world spaces in the early 2000s of gaming, which has sort of ballooned into the horrible hellscape we find ourselves in now with open world games. Whereas Shadow of the Colossus' open world is basically entirely perfunctory. Like, you could like get stamina or whatever. Sure, you can get stamina upgrades. But there's not really much else you could do in the world. It's just like a liminal space between boss fights that exists to make you take time to get to them. It's really cool. Shadow of the Colossus, one of the best games of all time. I'm surprised it's as popular as it is, considering like how weird a lot of it is. You'd think people would think it was like too tedious or whatever, but I think it's really cool. And it's a great way to like cap off the PS2, because it was like, I think it was 2005, which was like a year before the PS3. Just an absurdly good game. It's so cool. Fertillery is another game by my friend Sludge, the famous creator of... Fertillery is much more of a game though, and Sludge was only one part of a larger team working on it. It's a really fun game. It's pretty difficult. It's just about plucking out plants and feeding them to a giant pre-rendered claymation looking thing. I'm pretty sure it's actually a 3D model, but it effectively looks like clay to some extent. And obviously, like every project my friend Sludge works on, the art direction is like incredible. It's like mind-blowing. I genuinely think he is perhaps the greatest visual director of our time when it comes to games, besides maybe Adeline, like the creator of Bladesight. But still, I think it's just incredible, the things he does, the things I've seen him do, that I won't elaborate on. and I love the way he uses, like, pictures of Mark Twain in this game. I think it's really funny. I also love his distorted ween sound that he uses for the roar of the creature in this. It's, like, harrowing. But yeah, Fertillery is really cool. It's free on itch. You should definitely check it out. One round will take you maybe like 5 to 10 minutes. It's a fun time. Blue Stinger is a pretty strange game to talk about. I played this in preparation to play the September Game Club game, which we will be talking about shortly. This is the game that they made before that game, though. It's an odd survival horror game with some strange combat mechanics. It's really hard to exactly describe what it's doing. In a lot of ways, I really respect it because of how strange it is. It's a really cool game in a lot of respects. Unfortunately, I think it's ugly as hell. There's some really cool visuals in it. I love the Christmas market with, like, the distorted advertisements and stuff. But a lot of the game just looks really flat and bland. Which is crazy because it's a Dreamcast game. Like, I don't know how you mess up the Dreamcast. I also think the story is pretty dumb. I think the writing is really bad. I think it's funny that it shares voice actors with the Sonic Adventure games, though. That's cool. There's a guy named Dogs in it, which is pretty funny. It's not the worst thing ever. There's a lot of cool stuff about it, but it definitely pales in comparison to what the team would do later. The soundtrack is really good, though. Like, crazy good for what it is. It's very strange. Very strange game. I like it, though. But following that up is one of the greatest games of all time, and my second favorite game on the Atari 2600, Yar's Revenge. Yar's Revenge is where you play as a little fly thing, and you have to stop this cannon from destroying the planet, but it's presented in this really abstract and obtuse way. And the images on screen are just so strange and ethereal and compelling. The field in the center of the screen, the cannon shooting at you, the way when you explode the cannon, like it creates like a huge thing that just completely melts the screen. It's such a tour de force, like, for the Atari 2600. It's one of the most technically impressive games I've ever played. It's really cool. It's also just fun. It's fun to play. I like Yar's Revenge quite a bit. I'm always surprised it's, like, considered really popular. I mean, I love it. I think it's a masterpiece. I'm just surprised that, like, mainstream gamers have any affection for it at all. You may be thinking, how is Yar's Revenge mainstream? Because, like, you know, you probably have never even heard of this game unless you had an Atari. I don't know, it just seems to be. I mean, it's in The Walking Dead, apparently, according to a friend I know who watches the show, a professor I had. Like, the fact that Yar's Revenge is a plot point in such a mainstream TV series is, like, really strange to me. Like, was it really that popular? Do people just used to like more avant-garde games than they do now? I don't know. But, Yar's Revenge rules, so I don't mind. Okay, Trip World. So Trip World's a Game Boy game by Sunsoft, the people who did Euphoria the Saga, and the sequel and Gimmick, all of which I have talked about before on this channel, which is why I didn't bring them up in this video. But Trip World's a game where you play as like a bunny, and it's on the Game Boy. And it's pretty short, it's about like a half an hour to an hour long, and it's cute. I don't really have super strong feelings about it, honestly. I feel like a lot of Sunsoft games kind of fall into like a very similar mold of mascot platforming. And that's not bad, but like, none of them really hold a candle to Euphoria the Saga, and it's kind of sad. Gimmick is at least doing something kind of different. And Trip World, I feel, is attempting to do that, but it feels sort of insubstantive. It's definitely not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination, but I wasn't crazy about it. At the very least, every Sunsoft game is, like, at least somewhat pretty. Then we have Framemakers, which is... It's a platform fighter about different indie game characters, except it has a really limited roster, and it seems to be more concerned with, like, putting, like, signifiers of characters in the game. Like, look, it's an assist of, I don't know, the dog from Chicory, or whatever. Like, it's... Like, there's a few characters who are actually interpreted and adapted, like the Watcher from Slay the Spire or whatever, but like most of the characters in this game are just like little assists, and that's sort of disappointing. But I guess I kind of understand the motive behind that. It's probably hard to develop characters, at least full characters, but also if you aren't really going to be willing to put in the effort to do that, then I'm not sure what the point of a project like this even is. I think it's fun. I think it's realized enough. I think it's funny that Among Us is in it. But it's sort of like kind of quizzical why it exists, you know? Like, even Super Smash Bros., which I have been vocally pretty critical of in the past in terms of how it has been franchised in all the games, like, pretty much after Brawl. Even those games, like, still have a higher level of, like, interpretation to them. Of course, that gets stripped down and sanded down with each individual entry, because, like, in Ultimate you have, like, collectible PNGs, essentially, like, of characters. But, like, still, there's more going on there, than this. Where it's just, like, here's 6 characters that are properly transposed into a fighting game, and then the rest of the characters are just like, whatever. And the most disappointing thing, I think, about the 6 characters they chose is that 2 of them are already from other platform fighters. So, like, there's not even really any interesting translation going on here. There's not a really adaptation. It's just like, you just make them the same character, essentially. But for what it's worth, I do think it's fun. I think it's ugly, but like, whatever. It's a game that came out in the past 10 years, of course I think it's ugly. The rare game that I don't think is ugly from that time period. Like, I don't know. That'd be like B-Swing or something. Actually, B-Swing is probably... Yeah, B-Swing's from the past 10 years. I would feel so old if it wasn't. I think that game is really pretty. But, like, yeah, I think Framemakers is pretty ugly. Akai Katana. So this is a shoot-'em-up that was on the same arcade machine as a very rare game that I wanted to play, but I played some Akai Katana because I didn't know how to switch the games. This was at PAX. That's also where I demoed Framemakers. And I thought it was pretty fun. Again, shmups just kind of glaze over me in a way that I'm not proud of. I do think it's pretty. I think a lot of shmups are pretty. But really, what was more important about the arcade machine was the other game on there, which was Gimmick Exact Mix. And Gimmick Exact Mix is kind of like an unimaginative remake of Gimmick, not Gibble. Gibble is what we call Gimmick in my friend group, as like an inside joke. So sometimes I get it mixed up. But it's a very unimaginative remake of Gimmick. And the reason I call it unimaginative is because it's essentially the same game with a different art style. There is like a mix mode to make it harder, but for the most part it's pretty much the same. And I think it looks worse than the original. The original Gimmick is really striking, it's very pretty. Not the prettiest NES game of all time, because like that's some stiff competition. The NES is like a beautiful console with so many pretty games, but it's really pretty. But the reason I was dying to play it so badly is because to play it otherwise, you essentially have to pay thousands of dollars to like import an arcade machine of it. And so like I was like, ooh, I get to play this really rare game for free here. And I just hopped on it. And Gimmick's fun. I'm not gonna pretend I don't like playing Gimmick. I think it's cool. Beam Rider for the Atari 2600 is a pretty cool game. But not for any particular reason, I suppose. It's cool for the reason a lot of Atari 2600 games are cool. It's so abstract, it's so minimalist, it's got some great colors, and it's fun. It's fun to, you know, play shmup-esque games. It's not quite a shmup, but it's a similar vein. It's shmup in the same sense that Space Invaders is, because it's kind of mechanically identical. I enjoy it. What I also enjoyed is the Sierra Adventure Dark Crystal game, which mechanically is not that interesting, right? It's a text-based adventure game where you just recreate what happens in the Dark Crystal. But I really love the art of it. The sort of crude, abstract drawings of scenes from the movie. One of the most beautiful and evocative films of all time. Just seeing those scenes like sketched out in this computer game is so cool. In this like extremely limited color palette and means to do so. It's just so, it's breathtaking stuff, really. It's really good looking. I wish I could like this game more than I do because, again, it's not particularly transformative, but I really like the art direction. It's so cool. Dragon Quest VI Mabaroshi no Daiichi, or as it was later localized with its remake, which I haven't played. Wait, I don't actually remember how it was localized. It's like Realms of the Forgotten or something. But it doesn't really remember. I mean, it doesn't really matter, you know? Because we're talking about Mabaroshi no Daiichi here, not the shitty, ugly DS remake of it. I started playing the fan translation for this a bit, and I got about 10 to 15 hours in before I decided to stop playing for a bit due to external reasons. But I'm excited to come back to this one. It's really pretty. Now, compared to Dragon Quest V Tenkyu no Haname, or as it was later localized, Hand of the Heavenly Bride, Realms of Revelation, that's Dragon Quest VI. I don't know why they're all alliteration. It's kind of weird. But yeah, Hand of the Heavenly Bride, or Tenkyu no Haname, on Super Famicom, is kind of ugly. It's ugly in a charming way, and it's similar to, like, say, Final Fantasy IV. It definitely shows that it's like, we don't quite know what to do with this Super Famicom technology yet, but it's cool looking. Dragon Quest VI, that is. Dragon Quest VI is really pretty, and I think the dichotomy between the real world and the dream world is really cool. I like that you exist as like a phantom in the real world, like sort of like the Vin Vendors film Wings of Desire. I haven't seen that, but like it sort of reminds me of the premise of that film, where you have this angel walking around on Earth just listening to people. That's kind of how it feels when you're in the ghost state in Dragon Quest VI. It's Dragon Quest rules. I sometimes rag on Dragon Quest because I don't like Akira Toriyama's like whole deal, but I do think most Dragon Quest games I've played are pretty cool. The only ones I don't like are like I think 3 is okay. I don't have super strong feelings about it. I might be convinced to change my mind if I replayed it. And I just don't like 11 at all. I really don't like 11. But 1 of the best games of all time. 4, one of the best games of all time. 5, one of the best games of all time. 6, well, it remains to be seen. I haven't played it yet. Well, I haven't played all the way through yet, but from what I've played, it's really cool. I like it quite a bit. And I haven't played 2 yet, but I want to play 2. I'm really curious about 2. It's probably better than like anyone says it is, but we'll see. Illbleed was the Game Club game for September of this year, and Illbleed is really cool. Blue Stinger was kind of cool. There's a lot of strange things about it that made it endearing and cool. But Illbleed is just like a total send-up of horror in all of its permutations, while also still conveying a compelling narrative about like generational trauma and abuse, via your dad who owns an Evil Death theme park is actually an alien guy, storytelling. But like, I just think the episodic structure where each level is like a different, like, little horror vignette is cool. And like, each one of them have like different mechanics that you have to contend with. The whole game is just like constantly throwing jump scares and stuff at you that are really funny. I really like Illbleed. I think it's sick. I think it's one of the best games of all time. I'm kind of surprised I don't hear more people talking about it. I knew about it growing up because of the, like, Sonic the Hedgehog, evil Sonic in the game, but, it's so bespoke and cool and funny, and nobody seems to know about it. It's definitely, like, maybe my favorite game on the Dreamcast. It's that or Sonic Adventure 1. Both of them are pretty good, but I think Illbleed might have to take it. But also I haven't played very many Dreamcast games yet, so we'll see how that changes. Dungeon Gals. Dungeon Gals is like a Metroidvania game I played that someone in a server I'm in made. I thought I'd check it out to be nice. And I thought it was alright. It was definitely an indie game. And it was definitely sort of in the vein of like hyper-positive queer art games. And when I say art games, I don't mean in the sense of like, oh, some games are artistic and some games aren't. I mean like the game is one of those hyper-positive queer art pieces that we've seen so much of in games lately. So it's a little overly saccharine. Obviously, it's not finished yet, so this could change. And I think the art direction is a little stale. I think the actual mechanics are pretty fun. Like, combining a few different platformer play styles through this, like, this polycule is, like, a cute idea. This lesbian polycule. And they, like, kiss each other when you switch them. That's cute. The emphasis on lore is a bit grating, but whatever. That just seems to be the trend games writing is stuck in right now. Yeah, it was totally fine. It was kind of unremarkable, but I just remarked on it for a bit, so make of that what you will. Tecmo Cup soccer game was part of an initiative I started toward the end of this year, and gave up on pretty quickly, but want to continue at some point to play all the games Masato Kato worked on. And Tecmo Cup soccer game is the localized version of the Japanese football game Captain Tsubasa. And Masato Kato did the writing and he did a lot of the art for it, and they're essentially the same game, just with a different name. Tecmo Cup Soccer really sticks out to me because when you play Blitzball in Final Fantasy X, you never think, wow, these mechanics must date back to, like, NES games. Like, this must, like, you know, you think it's, like, the reason it's like that is because they're fusing Final Fantasy and football gameplay together to be this turn-based RPG thing, but no, Tecmo Cup Soccer game was doing it in the 80s. The way that game plays is not too dissimilar from Blitzball, which is kind of disappointing about Blitzball because you'd think being in a sphere of water would mean there'd be an element of verticality to the sport. But yeah, Tecmo Cup soccer game, it's cool. I think it's fun. I think it's funny when it, like, loops what's going on. I think the animations are funny. I like Masato Kato's little announcer guy at the bottom of the screen. It's a fun game. Not as fun as Ninja Gaiden 2: The Dark Sword of Chaos, though, which is the next game he worked on that I hadn't played. He did Ninja Gaiden between these, but I've already played the first Ninja Gaiden. I think most people have. But I never played the sequels. I played the first one when I was in high school. But Ninja Gaiden 2, The Dark Sword of Chaos, is a really cool game. It sort of amps up everything about the original Ninja Gaiden. The cutscene direction is like even cooler. That's something great about the NES Ninja Gaidens, is that they have this really strong sense of cutscene direction that you don't really see that much in that era. Not that it didn't exist, to be sure, but still, it's just cool. The colors are great. I really like the addition of like the Ryu Hayabusa shadow clones. They're cool. Yeah, it's Ninja Gaiden, it rips. It gets a little too hard at the end, but what game doesn't sometimes, you know? It doesn't really bother me that much. You just have to be better at it. I think Ninja Gaiden games in general are actually pretty forgiving, because you always start at the beginning of the world you died on. And worlds are like, what, like 2 to 3 screens? It's not a big deal. And also the soundtrack is killer. Haunted Castle is an arcade game in the Castlevania series. I sort of hopped on the chance to be able to play it when the new collection came out. Because, you know, I just find it hard to play arcade games if I'm not an actual arcade, because I'm not good at using MAME. So anytime there's like a re-release of an arcade game, especially one that I'm interested in, like Haunted Castle, then I get on it. And Haunted Castle is a pretty funny game. I like it for that. It's very unique, it's very strange. There's a lot of bits that kind of just kill you. I think the opening being like, you have a wedding and Dracula just shows up and fucks it up out of nowhere is like hilarious. I like the colors a lot. I don't like the actual sprites so much, but I like the colors a lot. And you may be noticing that I talk a lot about the colors. I don't know, they're just really important. Games. The way colors look, at least. Despite me thinking it's really funny, I don't really think it's very substantial. But I do think it's better than the remake, Haunted Castle Revisited, which is one of the most boring games ever conceived. They took Haunted Castle and said, okay, let's just make it like a very normal Castlevania game, but like extremely easy. And also make it ugly. Like completely ugly. And that is what Haunted Castle Revisited is. It's serviceable, it's fine, it's definitely a Castlevania game, but it's like, why would you fucking play it? Like, who cares about Haunted Castle Revisited? No one is gonna remember this game. People will remember Haunted Castle. Well, I mean, people don't remember it that much, but like, they're definitely gonna remember it over the remake that like sands down everything unique about it to make it like the ultimate slop idea of what people imagine Castlevania to be. I detest remakes so much. And this is almost more egregious to me than the Silent Hill 2 remake is. In terms of like terrible remakes that came out this year. It's bad. Sugoi Hebereke was the next game I played. And as you may not know this, but Euphoria the Saga, the Sunsoft game series in Japan, is called Hebereke. Sugoi Hebereke was never localized. But it is the Euphoria the Saga fighting game, essentially. And I just couldn't fucking take it. This is gonna sound so goofy, but like, I couldn't play it without crying. Like, seeing those poor little bastards beat each other up, like, I just couldn't do it, man. Like, I couldn't watch them fight each other. Like, Ochan and what's his name, Hebe, they should not be punching each other. They should be friends, and they should be like having picnics together and stuff. Gimmick 2 is the worst sequel I have played this year, probably. And it is so that's a very bad, that as opposed to talking much on it, I mean, it's evidently very bad. It's so ugly, and the physics are terrible. Just watch the footage on the screen right now. That I am going to, instead of describing it in much detail, I'm going to read an excerpt from Inferno that elucidates my feelings about it. How frozen and how faint I then became. Ask me not, reader, for I write it not, since words would fail to tell thee of my state. I was not dead nor living. Think thyself, if quick conception work in thee at all, how I did feel. That emperor who sways the realm of sorrow at mid-breast from the ice stood forth, and in eye, in stature, and more like a giant than the giants are in his arms. Mark now how great that whole must be which suits with such a part. If he were beautiful as he is hideous now, and yet did dare to scowl upon his maker, well from him may all our misery flow. Oh, what a sight! How passing strange it seemed when I did spy upon his head 3 faces, one in front of Hugh Vermilion, the other 2 with this midway each shoulder joined, and at the crest, the right twixt wan and yellow seamed, the left to look on such as come from whence old Nile stoops to the lowlands. Under each shot forth 2 mighty wings, enormous as became a bird so vast. Sails never such I saw, stretched on the wide sea, no plumes had they, but were in texture like a bat. And these he flapped in the air, that from him issued still 3 winds wherewith Coctus to its depth was frozen. At 6 eyes he wept the tears adown, 3 chins distilled with bloody foam, at every mouth his teeth a sinner champed, bruised as its ponderous engine, so that 3 were in the skies tormented. But far more than that from that gnawing was the foremost panged by the fierce rending, whence oft times the back was stripped of all its skin. That's how I feel about Gimmick 2. Anyway, Vinyl is a cool game. It's similar in the vein of Fishy to being like this sort of abstract, impressionist, low fidelity game. But I think it's really cool in the sense that like you can plug in your own music to play. It's really fun in that sense to just see what kind of songs it will play out. I liked it. I liked it more than Jet Set Radio, I think. And Jet Set Radio, it's not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. And I think it's often pretty fun. But I also just feel like something's missing. Which I've said a few times, I think, about several games here. I apologize, but I love the soundtrack. I think it's so awesome that Dracula is on it. Hearing that in the game was like crazy. And I think some elements of the art direction are cool, but ultimately it kind of just feels like rebellious without a purpose. You know, like sort of like The World Ends With You or something, where like it's punk, but like to what aim? What is the point of like anti-establishment ideas if there's no culmination of them? Like, what purpose does being a street punk in Jet Set Radio even serve? Sure, there is like this evil, brooding, like corporate overlord, and the police are like fascists, but like, as police are, but like, they don't really have any ideas about what they're doing to change that. They're just kind of like, we should be able to do whatever we want. Yeah! It's like, well, how about you go about like facilitating like ideologies that you think will make the world better for you, or like better for the people you care about. Like, this is something I butt heads against a lot of like anti-establishment art about. It's like, what's the point of being anti-establishment if you don't have your own ideas? Like, it's not something that should bother me as much as it does, I don't think, but it does, because every once in a while you'll see people being like, oh, Jet Set Radio is so communist, and like, you play the game and it's like, it's not really though, it's not evoking any particular ideology. I wish it was communist, that would be cool, but it's just like anti-capitalist because it's like anti-anything mainstream, you know, it's just sort of a pointless rebellion. But yeah, it looks and sounds pretty cool, and it's fun to play, so it's not that bad. I just wish there was a little more going on with it, I guess, down the race. Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. This is a FromSoft game, even though I've broken a lot of barriers with FromSoft this year. This is one that I just can't stand. You know, later on in this video, I'm going to talk about Touch Me Atari, which is sort of like a portable Simon Says game. And that is a better explication of Sekiro's ideas than Sekiro. Sekiro is like bloated Simon Says. You know, you just react to what happens. And of course I'm being reductive, because I think it's funny. But I really do think that stripping away all the options that the player has in like other FromSoft games just makes it kind of less interesting. Like in Sekiro, you really just have to refine one particular skill. And to compensate for that, the game is generally harder than the other Souls games, but also I feel like it loses something in doing that. I also think that the game is still too maximalist for its own good, even if it's trying to do that. There's so many unnecessary systems in Sekiro that really don't serve it. I think the game could stand to be more streamlined if that's what it's trying to do. I also think it's really ugly, but it's a PS4 game, so of course it is. I think the writing is worse than other FromSoft games, and I'm not entirely sure why. But, like, it's just way more stilted and awkward. Well, actually, maybe it's less stilted and awkward, and that's the problem. Because, like, in FromSoft games, you have, like, these characters who are like, I'm the penis man who killed the great king, and stuff like that. And I think it's really fun, the way they're written. Oh, that reminds me, when I was talking about Bloodborne, I forgot to talk about Canehurst Castle. Canehurst Castle is a really cool area in that game because I like how it satirizes Dark Souls 1. Okay. Anyway. Like, it even has a coven and everything. It's like, here's a normal Dark Souls area, I guess. I think that's a really funny concept. And, Sekiro does something similar, because, like, when you fight the Chained Ogre, it's like, here's a Dark Souls boss, I guess. Which I think is funny. But yeah, like, the writing in Sekiro just feels so normal by comparison to Souls games. It's so generic. And generic is bad. It's bad writing. I think it's funny because people told me that I would like Sekiro a lot because it has more focus on the narrative, but I think the narrative being focused on sort of exposes like that FromSoft isn't really good at telling narratives in that more linear, direct way. At least in their present state. Like, to make such a blanket statement about a company that has existed for so long with so many different constituent parts is kind of egregious. But even then, like, even the earliest game I've played, Armored Core, like, that game doesn't really have a linear narrative, and I think if it did, it might be worse. It has a narrative, certainly, but it's, like, episodic. It's not really, like, a linear, like, overarching thing. But yeah, I just don't like Sekiro. Oh, I also hate that it shoves, like, tooltips in your face on loading screens and stuff. It feels like such a distinctly contemporary game. I really don't like it at all. Ninja Gaiden 3, The Ancient Ship of Doom, which is the final Masato Kato game I played this year because the other ones are kind of harder to play and get a hold of. I think it's definitely the weakest of the first three Ninja Gaiden games. It's not bad, it's still really pretty, it's still got great colors, still got a great soundtrack, but it's a lot easier, and I feel like the cutscene direction is actually kind of worse in this one than it is in 1 or 2, which is a bit remarkable, because Masato Kato is still doing the cutscenes, so I'm not sure what changed, but it's definitely less compelling. I think it's funny that they chose to make it like this weird interquel thing, where like it takes place between 1 and 2, or maybe it takes place before 1 even, but I think it's between 1 and 2. That's such an odd place to end a trilogy on. Here's this apocryphal stuff that happened in between the other 2 parts of the story that you didn't see until now for some reason, which is pretty funny. But yeah, it feels like Ninja Gaiden 2, but with like less engaging level design because it's a lot easier. Which isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, but like, I just prefer the other 2 pretty substantially. It's kind of hard to keep something good going for 3 games, I don't blame them. Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. This is one half of the Game Club game for October. The other half was Eve, which I made a video about, even though it took forever to come out. And I love Eve. That's a great game. But I fucking hate Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. I hate it. And it made me decide to never let anyone say, oh, we should do 2 games this month, ever again. Because, my god, I spent so much time playing Final Fantasy Mystic Quest. And that game is just painful. It is... I was expecting to be like, this isn't so bad. And I think some of the stuff in it is pretty. I like that the soundtrack is kind of like basically a Mega Drive soundtrack, which is cool. Like, it uses a lot of instrumentation that reminds one of the Genesis. But the combat is really mind-numbing. It is really, really mind-numbing. You just attack, 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 attack. And there are like these little specific places where it's like do combat for 10 battles in a row and you get an item. And you just like, your eyes glaze over as you see it happening in front of you, and you just keep attacking, attacking, attacking. And like, enemies are on the map and it's like, oh, you gotta clear out the room. This is mostly my fault. You don't actually have to do that, but like, I did it just to be safe. And the game just keeps going on and on and on. It's like 16 hours, which sounds short for an RPG now, but like, that's pretty average length for a JRPG in the early 90s. And like, that's a lot for like a game where every battle feels the same. And like, you're constantly doing this nonsense busy work for other characters. And like, all they'll really say in exchange is like, cool, we have the Thunder Rock now. Let's go do this thing now. There's one specific bit from the game that I really like. There's this old man that follows you around throughout the game and says like cryptic things and runs away, which is funny. But like, there's this bit where you find him in this temple. And he's sort of sitting in the center of it. And you like walk up to him. And you're like probably wondering like, what is he gonna say now? What hint is he gonna give me? And he just says, can I have some money for coffee? And you give him like 5, and then like, he asks you this, but you don't get an option. He just takes money from you and leaves. And I just think that scene is so funny. I wish Mystic Quest had more stuff like that in it, instead of just being like pretty generic for most of the time. I really wanted to like that game because I know like really dumb YouTubers are always like, oh, that game sucks. But yeah, they were right this time. It does suck. Dark Souls 2, similar to Demon's Souls, Dark Souls 2 is, this is one of the best games ever made. Honestly, I might like it more than Demon's Souls. I haven't finished it yet, I'm pretty close to the end. But it is incredible. It reminds me so much of The Last Unicorn, if you've ever read that novel or seen that movie. Just the forgetting of it all, and the rotting corpse of fantasy presented to the crowd. In the postmodern world. There's no absolutes anymore. There's no belief in these dead giants that you fight through the dreams of. It's so pretty. It is so pretty. The waves at Majula are just like breathtakingly gorgeous. And the writing is just phenomenal. Like, the characters you meet, the eccentricities they have. Dark Souls 2 is really just like, how does this game even exist in the way it does? It's just like crazy. And it's not even really that hard. People are like, oh, it's like if Dark Souls was like, well, actually unfair, which like Dark Souls is always unfair. That's part of its like appeal. That's just not a bad thing to be, you know. Like it's funny when games are unfair. It's cool when games are unfair. But Dark Souls 2, I don't really think is that much harder than Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1, if anything, has more gotchas when you think about like the cave with the invisible floor, or like the way mimics work differently. Mimics are a lot more forgiving in 2. Or like the Anor Londo archers. That's meaner than anything I've seen in 2. But yeah, I think it's a lot more approachable. I think the ghosts of the Shaded Wood are so cool. I think the castle, Vendrick's castle, is so cool. There's just so much going on in that game. And also, I just love The Last Unicorn. So, the fact that Dark Souls 2 is drawing from it so strongly definitely helps it, in my view. I'm really excited to finish it at some point soon, and then play the DLCs. I was hoping I'd finish the DLCs before I made this video so I could talk about them too. But I want to finish the game before I play them. Because from what I understand, unlike Dark Souls or Bloodborne, it doesn't force you to New Game Plus when you beat the game. So, we'll see. Maybe there'll be a next year's video, or maybe I'll make a Dark Souls 2 video. No one knows. But I am really compelled by it, and I could easily see it replacing Demon's Souls as my favorite FromSoft outing, and being in my top 30 games. Even though I think Demon's Souls is like prettier. There's some bits of Dark Souls 2 I would say are prettier than Demon's Souls, though I'm not sure. Oh, I also love the way it reuses concepts from Dark Souls and sort of like defiles them, like reusing the Gargoyles boss fight, or like having Ornstein appear, but like the possessed corpse of Ornstein. It's not like, well, it's not the possessed corpse of Ornstein. It's like someone who stole his armor or something. It's not quite Ornstein, but that's such a cool idea, right? Like the literal postmodern ghost of this mythical figure who you slew in the first Dark Souls, like just appears out of nowhere and you have to kill him. It's such a cool idea. I'm excited to play the DLCs. I'm excited to play Scholar of the First Sin at some point. I'm really interested in all of that. Collective Unconscious is a Yume Nikki fan game that involves exploring like different submissions of things to like this greater patchwork of fan creations. And if that sounds familiar, well, don't worry, we'll get there. But this was actually where I had my first date with my girlfriend, so unfortunately I have to give it a 5 stars. I have to say it's amazing and peak. I do like it a lot though. It's sort of a different take on Yume Nikki as a space. And as compared to Yume Tuki, which again I will be talking about later, I like that it's more condensed and more cohesive aesthetically. Although I think Tuki being visually incohesive has its own benefits. But I think it's cool that Collective Unconscious is sort of like a more unified statement, and I like a lot of the aesthetic choices that it does have, and I'd like to explore it more. I think it's a really cool game. And also, if you want to impress her on the first date, you should take her on a date in Collective Unconscious, trust me. It'll work. It'll work. Tall Man Run. This is like, functionally like one of those mobile game ads, but like a real game. I mainly played it because I saw it on the YouTube front page, and I was like, I'm morbidly curious about what a game that plays through YouTube is like, and I think it's sort of a novel framing. And I think it kind of works in tandem with the kind of game that Tall Man Run is, right? And I can't believe I'm saying that about Tall Man Run, but like, because that's the type of game you'd see in an advertisement on YouTube. So like, you're playing it in the ad window, essentially. But unfortunately it is just like slop. It's really funny slop. It is like comical. It's funny how many levels it's just like impossible to get a really good score on. But I don't like it. It's bad. But like, can I really say it's bad when it makes me laugh? I don't know. It's good. It's good, it's bad. So then there's Ihatobo Monogatari, which is a game that I haven't finished, but it's one of the most densely literary and expressive games that I've ever played. It's something I'll go into more detail at some point, presumably once I actually finish the thing. But it's an adaptation of a lot of Kenji Miyazawa's stories into a video game, and it's just so beautiful and how it's presented aesthetically, and its soundtrack, and it's just a wonderful thing. My favorite thing about it, maybe, is the main character's walk speed. Like, you can't go very fast in that game at all. It's also contemplative and pensive and remorseful. You're this Japanese salaryman, I assume, just walking around this small town, solving problems with the animals, with anything and everything, all by yourself, and just experiencing these fables come to life with such a melancholia. It's such a nostalgic, such a distinctly post-World War II look at Japan, and it's really beautiful. It's one of the greatest games of all time. I know I've said that a lot in this video, but when I finish this game, it's definitely, almost certainly, positively going on my top 30. Like, there's no way it's not. It would be impossible. There's nothing like Ihata Monogatari. It's just, it's a phenomenal game. So, earlier when I was talking about collective unconscious, I talked about how I played Yume Tuki this year. Well, I was a bit skeptical of Yume Tuki ever since I first heard of it. But, I had dates with my girlfriend in it, so actually it's peak. But, in all seriousness, I find its incohesion charming. I usually don't really like fan projects. I don't think that they often culminate in much of anything. But I think with something like Yume Nikki, it's kind of hard to not have a fan project that is ultimately worth playing. Because most of Yume Nikki's existence is fan projects. Like, almost everything about it. So, I do think that, like, there's merit to Yume Tuki. I think it's like disparate pastiche of different worlds, perspectives, and realities, as compared to the more focused Yume Nikki, is an interesting counterbalance. Those dichotomies and, like, frictions of expression. I think, like, for example, there's this one bit in Tuki where you go to... There's this one creator who just makes these overly large, like, annoying to navigate maps. And, like, there'll be another creator who makes, like, really low-effort maps or something. And, like, you see all these different types of people and you wonder through their maps, like, who they are, what they're communicating, what's being communicated here at all, if anything. And there's so many different configurations and ideologies expressed through this sort of odd, like, message board as a space, almost. It's a really fascinating, like, internet art installation. It's not a favorite game or anything of mine, and I definitely prefer Yume Nikki and Collective Unconscious, but, it's cool, and I definitely get why people like it. Europa Universalis 4. So this is the first one of those Paradox games I played. I just played it with my best friend because she wanted me to. And I definitely understand the vision, to some extent. I see why they can be fun, but I do think it's a little too overwhelming, and I think the commitment of playing them is just, like, kind of absurd. There's so many systems you have to understand, and, like, they take forever to get through a game. Like, tens upon tens of hours to get through a single game. And that's just really not something that I have the time for. I play it with her when she wants to play it, but otherwise I don't really have any impetus to play a game like that. If she watches this video, which I'm not sure if she will, I'm sorry. I just don't find it very interesting. I definitely see the appeal in such, like, a maximalist management game for, like, warfare and countries, but it's hard to wrap my head around, and it's hard to want to commit a lot of time to it when I could be playing so many more games that interest me more that take less time. Heavy Rain is a game I played when I first went over to my girlfriend's house. You know, it's a real great way to break the ice on a relationship, huh? play Heavy Rain. And like, it's really funny. It's exactly what you would expect. Oh, sorry for the voice crack. It's exactly what you would expect Heavy Rain to be like. It's absurdly funny. It seems like it's falling apart at the seams all the time. And nothing really matters. Nothing ever happens to it. Like, insert that here. I'm like, there's so many choices, but like, you can fail at everything and you will never get penalized. And it leads to some really funny interactions. Like this scene where like this guy like beats the shit out of you, and then like a lady thanks you afterward anyway. It's just like, why even make a game with this false fail state thing and not discuss it to some extent? Like, what is the point? I rag on Pyre a lot, but I do think that element of it is really cool, and it's why I like that game in spite of everything I complain about. Like, I think the way that game uses a lack of a fail state in its narrative is cool. Heavy Rain doesn't really do that, though. It's just, like, I guess David Cage shouldn't want people to get filtered by his game. And it's really remarkable and amazing to me that Heavy Rain is, like, as popular as it is. Because, like, online it's kind of a meme. Like, a lot of gaming circles no one takes it seriously, but, like, it was critically acclaimed when it came out. And it's pretty regularly considered by, like, normies to be, like, an amazing game. Like, sorry for using the term normie, but, like, if you talk to, like, average people about Heavy Rain, and they know what it is, which they might not because it's kind of an older game at this point. It's almost 15 years old, which is kind of scary to think about. They will probably be positive about it. Like, I knew a girl in one of my college courses who thought Detroit Become Human was, like, literary. And, like, look, I haven't played Detroit Become Human yet. I might. But I'm fairly certain it can't be that much better than Heavy Rain. And it's just crazy to me that people think David Cage writing is, like good in any way. It's just remarkable how bad it is. It's astounding. It's hilarious. Heavy Rain is great. Just for being so funny. Big Bang Mini is a really interesting shmup on the DS, where the entire game is controlled with the stylus. And I think that leads to it having this cool dichotomy, where like you're always either firing or moving. You're never doing both at the same time. And you want to make sure your shots hit, or else they'll like make debris that can hurt you. It's also really visually expressive in a way that I think is cool. It's not a particularly complicated game, but I like it. I think it's fun. Berserk. That game is cool. It's really fun. You shoot robots in quarters. It's quite pretty. And Evil Otto is like such a scary and funny like idea for a hazard. This idea that if you stay like too long in a room, it's not hard to stay in a room for too long in Berserk. This invincible, immortal smiley face appears to kill you is really funny conceptually. It's something I like a lot about Berserk. Definitely recommend that one. Pole Position. Well, it's like Pole Position 2, right? Like, it's fun. It's Pole Position. There's nothing wrong with Pole Position. It's a cool game. I like it more than the second one because it's the first one. Space Wars. Space Wars is a fun game as like a two-player thing. It's kind of hard to come to grips with, especially since you can just kill the other player, and it's kind of funny. But I like Space Wars. I think it's fun. And also vector-based graphics rule, as always. Same with Star Trek the video game, which is a game I can't seem to find listed almost anywhere. I played that on a Vectrex at an arcade with my girlfriend, and I thought it was funny how focused on space combat it was. Like, it was like a first-person combat sim where you're in, I suppose, the Enterprise, like, shooting things. Which You know, when I think of Star Trek, and I haven't seen that much, admittedly, my immediate thought is not combat sequences. Star Trek certainly has combat in it, but you know, that's when I think of making a Star Trek video game, space combat is not my top priority for such a project, let alone the entire focus of such a project. Now, maybe if it was a Star Wars video game, then space combat would be higher priorities. Space combat in Star Wars is a big fixation of those films, but it's not really a huge part of what makes Star Trek Star Trek. I am interested to see more of Star Trek, though, and maybe have a different opinion about this in the future. Rhythm Tengoku is better known as Rhythm Heaven in the United States, but the original GBA game was never released in the United States, and that is what I played, but I didn't play the GBA version of it. Oh no. I played the arcade version of the GBA version, which, seeing as it was entirely in Japanese, I didn't understand the instructions for much of the minigames, but I did think it was really fun. I'm kind of a sucker for rhythm games. I will say the fact that it was in a similar manner to pop-in music, the arcade machine buttons really hurt my hands when I was playing it. But I did enjoy it, and I'm curious to play the other rhythm-heavy games, which are in languages I can understand. I know a little Japanese. I'm working on it, but not well enough to be able to play even a game as basic as Rhythm Heaven fully in Japanese. Point Blank 2, very strange light gun game. Kind of reminds me of Pang 3, now that I think about it, but I don't think they're related in any way. The main character just looks similar, and they have similar pre-rendered art style choices. Point Blank 2, sorry to say, is not as cool as Pang 3. Pang 3 is something else. But Point Blank 2 is still pretty fun, as far as light gun games go. It's cool. I can't play many light gun games because I get motion sick from first-person games. But I don't mind them. I think they're fun. I think that the tactility of them is a cool element of them. And I certainly like Point Blank 2. Turbo Outrun. Okay, so full disclosure, I haven't played normal Outrun yet. That is a big game missing from my vocabulary. I don't know how I survived being in Brazil without having played Outrun, honestly. But I thought it was fun. You know, I mean, I assume Outrun is better because it's the original. But Turbo Outrun is a fine iteration on Outrun, assumedly. It's pretty. Yeah, it's Outrun. Bust-A-Move. So, this is the closest I've come to playing actual Bubble Bobble. Is the first Bust-A-Move game. I don't know why they started localizing them as Bust-A-Move. Doesn't make any sense. They called them Bubble Bobble earlier, but whatever. I thought it was pretty fun. Again, I just like this kind of puzzle game, and I think it's pretty. I like the sprite work. It's cool. Groove Coaster is really fun as a rhythm game. And I really like, and I'm gonna feel so silly for saying this, but I really like the Undertale stuff in it. Like, I was so giddy just playing the Undertale maps and seeing the characters and stuff, and the cool effects they chose for them, and playing rhythm game levels of them. Not my proudest moment to fall for nostalgia bait like that, but it was cool. The way that game feels on your hands, it hurts like a lot of rhythm games seem to at arcades, but it's still so fun to play. I liked it a lot. Maybe my favorite rhythm game that isn't like Sayonara Wild Hearts. It's pretty cool. Ridge Racer 6 is beautiful. I was pretty hard on Ridge Racer Type 4 last year. I want to set the record straight. I think that game is pretty cool. I don't know why I was being weird about it. I think maybe sort of like Katamari Damacy, I thought it might be missing something. no, it's really pretty and the soundtrack's really good. And I feel similarly about Ridge Racer 6. And there's a cute girl in both of them, so, you know, it's great. The Ridge Racer Type 4 Reiko, awkward smile, the opening FMV, that's how my girlfriend smiles, so, you know, it's pretty awesome. But yeah, Ridge Racer 6, sort of sold me on the 360 aesthetically. I haven't played that many 360 games, although I did come into possession of one a few months ago, and I still need to set it up because it didn't come with the power cord. But I'm looking forward to playing more games. I mean, Ridge Racer 6 is really cool looking. Dodonpachi Daifukatsu Black Label. The second Dodonpachi game I played this game, also by coincidence, just it being at an arcade. And I'm still not particularly compelled by Dodonpachi, at least not more so than any other shmups I've played. I think it's pretty, again, but I hardly remember it. I mainly remember playing it co-op with my girlfriend and her being extremely confused as to what was going on and finding that amusing. The one shmup I've played a lot of this year is Zero Ranger, but it does not feature in this video because I actually played it the first time about 2 years ago. I just didn't finish it until this year. But that is an all-time favorite game of mine. Nidhogg 2. This had an arcade machine, inexplicably, at the arcade my girlfriend and I went to. And it's fine. I haven't played Nidhogg 1, which I think I'd like more. Nidhogg 2 looks kind of grotesque, although some might argue it's fitting for its setting and its ideas about, like, its ideas it's conveying. It has so much sprite rotation and so many, like, pukey, awful colors. And that's kind of cool conceptually, I suppose. And I think the gameplay of it is really fun, getting weapons and, like, killing each other with them, trying to get to the other end of the map. It's pretty fluid, it's pretty dynamic. It's fun. I like it. Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast. Really cool game. Really pretty. I played the PSP version specifically. I think the game mode where your girlfriend tells you what to do and gets mad at you if you don't do it is really funny, conceptually. And the prompts she gives you are like, crash into other people's cars, or like, dodge meteors. It's pretty funny. It was especially apropos playing the game with my girlfriend there. Because yeah, I like to drive my girlfriend around. Although, I haven't done much of that when visiting her, for obvious reasons. Yeah, it's fun. I really need to play the original Outrun at some point, but I do want to get back to Outrun 2006 after that. When I got home from visiting my girlfriend, I played the Anthology of the Killer, and even though each game is an individual release, it's kind of hard for me to talk about them all individually. But like, all of them aesthetically are incredible. Like, such amazing use of camera work. The first person sections in Hands of the Killer, or like the section in Flesh of the Killer when you're inside the painting, and it's just like, what on earth? Like, all of those games are so evocative, aesthetically. I adore them. And I really like the soundtrack too. The writing is phenomenal. They're some of the best written games of all time, easily. It's not immediately apparent when you start, because like Voice of the Killer especially is sort of just like a little comedic. But like, the further you go on, there are some lines from those games that I think about pretty frequently, like in Face of the Killer, for example, the final one, which is probably my game of the year. Like, you have that guy saying, like, I believe there are points in history where the ghosts of our past, like, walk the earth once more, or something like that. And, like, the city is built on the images of itself, like, literally. you descend beneath the city and you find like the previous aesthetic movements that defined it. It's not built on foundation, it's built on like previous material realities. There's such densely literary games. I really want to replay them. Like, I need to write something about them at some point. They itch my brain in a good way. Special shoutouts to Flesh of the Killer, and Heart of the Killer, and Face of the Killer. I think all of them are pretty excellent, except Voice of the Killer, maybe. But Flesh of the Killer is like a horror experience, is phenomenal, and I love the Museum of Moral Art as like a concept. And Face of the Killer is like this incredible finale discussion of the end of history and the end of art that all of these games get into, but that one is like where it all is tied together. And Heart of the Killer has a lot of really incredible stuff going on. The bit where it becomes like a normal suburban town is pretty chilling conceptually. Like this nostalgic image like literally projected in front of BB. It's a really, really cool game. All of them. And they're definitely worth checking out. They're all free and they're all short. Just play through them over the course of like an afternoon maybe, or 2 afternoons depending. They're wonderful games. Speaking of work from the Anthology of the Killer creator, however, the Catamites, there's also Space Funeral, which I played sometime after. And I should have played Space Funeral before. I don't know why that tripped me up so much. But, I didn't. And that's my failing. Probably because my girlfriend really likes Anthology of the Killer, so that's why I played it first. But Space Funeral is only about an hour long. And it's sort of ruminating on the same ideas about 10 years before Anthology of the Killer. Like, we are at the end of history. And a decade later, that remains the unfortunate truth. That we are stuck at the end of so many artistic eventualities, and really it's hard to even imagine what to do next. Space Funeral is a lot cruder than Of the Killer, not in the sense that it's vulgar necessarily, but it's a lot more slapdash in a way that's very compelling, and it's pastiched as well. Lucy from Charlie Brown's a character in it. Well, sorry, Lucy from Peanuts is a character from it. It's a character that appears in it. And at the end, the film gives this big speech about how there's just this chaos of forms and ideas and shapes, and that's all there really is left anymore. There's no more need to make new things. We're just sort of stuck listless in this wasteland at the end of time. And that's harrowing. And that's also what Anthology of the Killer is approaching. It's grisly. Clock Tower. Now, Clock Tower is an interesting game in the sense that, like, if you wanted to make a game based on a movie today, you could pretty easily replicate a lot of the techniques it's doing, and sort of just make like an empty, hollow recreation. Whereas with Clock Tower, which is a Super Famicom, like point-and-click horror game, it has to be a little more clever with how it chooses to adapt the elements from phenomena it chooses to lift. Clock Tower has to be like very adaptive, very inventive with how it chooses to use the stylings of Giallo films. Giallo? I've never heard that word pronounced, and despite being the scholar of the Divine Comedy, I don't really know Italian pronunciation rules. So whatever, this video is like completely off the cuff. Normally I would look it up. But whatever, it doesn't matter that much. But yeah, like, Clock Tower is adapting so many different, like, GIO films, like Phenomena, The Burning, Suspiria, It's taking ideas from all of them and sort of cobbling them together to make like a pastiche of them. But because it's a video game, and because video games weren't developed enough fidelity-wise to just recreate a film yet, it has to be creative. And so even though like a pastiche of horror movie still isn't like my ideal idea for a game, I think it's cool to see how Clock Tower works within its quote limitations, quote, even though those limitations are what makes the game so fascinating. It's a really harrowing, fun horror game. It's not like anything super amazing, but it's cool. It's a cool game, I like it. It's certainly better than Counter-Strike, the next game I'm going to talk about, which is an ugly piece of shit. And it gave me a really intense headache. I just played it for a commission that I'm writing for someone, because he mentioned Counter-Strike in the commission. I was like, oh, well, I should have some familiarity with how it works. And like, yeah, it's just like military propaganda shooter, whatever. Like, I'm sure it's fun in the right context, but like, I can't play FPS games, so it's just not going to work with me. Bad End Theater. This is a game that I was asked to play for a video about a year ago, and I just didn't get around to playing it until pretty late this year. Like, I think like December 12th. And now I have to actually write a video about it, which is a bit intimidating. Especially since I've got this Metal Gear Solid 2 video I still need like most of the script of. Bad End Theater, it's cute. I found it kind of unremarkable. I have some idea of what I'm going to say about it in the video, so I won't spoil it too much, but like, I do just think that there's this tendency among indie games to be like, this is metatextual in how it's framed, so that means it's important. Like, the invoking of the aesthetics of metatext at all means like, oh, this is important and you have to pay attention. But like, Bad End Theater doesn't really do anything with that. It's like, oh, we can make a good ending to the story by beating the author. It's like, okay, like, I guess, like, this sort of killing of the author thing is like, I don't know, not novel. It's not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. I was just kind of underwhelmed by it, but like, it's only like a half an hour long, so it's not like a big deal or anything. It's just like, why? Like, what was the point in making this, I guess, is like my big conclusion for it. It does have lesbians in it though, which is cool. Too bad they're not really focused on it anyway, they're just sort of like present. And now here is a part of the video, and already this video is quite long, where I go into a bunch of Atari games I played at the end of this year. I played so many Atari games, and I'm very sorry. I am very, very, very sorry for how many I played. But, I got the Atari 50 collection, and I played a bunch of them with my girlfriend. And for some cursory thoughts on Atari 50 as a project, I love the concept, and I love the way the games are presented. Well, actually, I love the games that are presented, is what I should say. I don't love the way the games are framed and presented. I think the way the, like, copy about them is written is really, like, lame. I think, like, for example, when they're like, oh, Centipede was the first video game made by a woman, which, first of all, isn't true. Second of all, why is Centipede the one we're glomming onto here? Like, why Centipede? Like, why is that the girl power game or whatever? Like, liberal feminism nonsense. But, like, there's also all these interviews with the guys who worked on Atari games, and they're just, like, they're just all, like, fucking liars and, like, annoying people. And also, they have people like Cliff Bleszinski in it. Like, he never worked at Atari. What the fuck is he doing here? Like, who cares what the fucking Gears of War guy, or, like, you know, Tim Schafer. Like, you know, I like Grim Fandango. That's one of my favorite games of all time. Tim Schafer worked on that. But, like, I'm not interested in what he has to say about the Atari. He didn't work at Atari. And all the jobbers they got from Atari are like, yeah, I made Sword Quest, it's so literary and erudite. And it's like, have you played Sword Quest? Can you really call a game with no writing in that literary? There are amazing Atari games, and I will talk about them. And I've already talked about a few of them in this video, but also the inflated ego a lot of people had about these, a lot of the people who worked on these games had about them is like bizarre to me. But anyway, I'll just get into the games. The first game in Atari 50 is actually not an Atari game. It is Quadratank, which is a weird remake of Tank, which is an Atari game. This starts a trend in Atari 50, this tendency to remake old Atari games and just make them like utter dog shit. Unfortunately, Tank is not in the collection, so I can't really comment on it, but I'm certain it's better than Quadratank. Quadratank is so ugly and overly polished looking, and it feels like a WiiWare game, but like shiny. You control 4 tanks and you fight each other. It's like okay, but like the fact that it's some like perfunctory like extra thing that people who made the collection stapled onto the collection is just like gross to me. It's not the worst example of this. We'll get into those later, but it's definitely like, why would you even make this? What is the point? Like, who cares? Breakout. Now, shockingly, I had never played Breakout before this. I'd certainly played, like, approximations of Breakout, but I'd never played actual proper Breakout before. And I think it's fun, which, yeah, I know, shocking. Breakout's a fun game. It's got nice colors, as I often say. And a lot of Atari 2600 games and Atari arcade games, and even Atari 5200 and, like, 7800 games have really nice colors. Breakout has really, really nice colors, and it's really satisfying to play. I like it. Neo Breakout, on the other hand, and here again comes the Digital Eclipse remakes of Atari games, is just insulting. Like, it does this really corny thing where it starts out and it's like, whoa, look, it's black and white, sprite-based Breakout, which first of all is like inaccurate because Breakout was never black and white. But second of all, like, evolves and changes. It's like, now it's like pretty because it's like modern graphics, and it's so bad. It's so lame. I mean, it's still Breakout at its core, so it's still fun, but like, it's just so like annoying. Like, it's Breakout in a really annoying package, and it's like, who are these for, really? Who was like, I want this Atari preservationist collection, and I wanted to also have these, like, shitty, retooled versions of the Atari games in the collection that are extremely ugly and, like, range from, like, being worse versions of the games to the best thing about them is that they play like the original. Like, I have no idea what the impetus for that was, but it is really funny. Anyway, on to Fire Truck, a much better game. It's a game where you drive a fire truck. You drive like the front half and the back half, you go through streets, you can honk the horn for fun. It's Yuri, and it's the oldest game I can think of off the top of my head that was designed by a trans woman, which is cool. 1977, Wendy Allen. And you drive a fire truck. So she has like the truck autism. And you know, it's just pure Yuri, right? Like, the dichotomy between the front half of the truck and the back half of the truck, it's exciting stuff. Now we get to Super Breakout, which is Breakout, but like more graphics and also other game modes. I don't have any particular thoughts about it. It's more Breakout. I prefer the original because it's the original, but it's cool to have multiple game modes, I suppose. Vector Sector is the next Atari 50 original remake game thing, but it's not quite the same because it's not remaking a specific game. It's like remaking every Vector game in the collection. It's like, whoa, you play like shitty Asteroids, then you play like shitty Lunar Lander, and then you play like shitty Space Wars. And it's just so comical. Like, again, who are these for? Like, why would I want to play ugly asteroids? Like, especially when real asteroids is right there. What is the point of this nonsense? Again, it's fun because it's asteroids. It's fun because it's Space Wars. It's fun because it's some lunar lander. So, like, it's still fine, but why? Then Sprint 8 is the next game I'm playing in the collection. Very fun racing game. Nice colors. I like my car. Smiley face. Missile Command. Now, here is the first new game I played in the collection that I would consider one of my favorite games of all time. Missile Command is this really bleak game where you're shooting these missiles to defend from ICBMs. And it's harrowing. It's terrifying. Especially because you can't win Missile Command. You just die eventually. Like, everyone eventually just dies. The sword of Damocles falls. The world becomes a nuclear wasteland. And that is such a gripping idea for a game, right? This, like, fight against the inevitable march of death, even knowing that it will always end the same way, just because living is that important. And, like, such a terrifying portrayal of the stranglehold we've found ourselves in ever since the invention of the atomic bomb. Never before have we had a weapon that could end the world. Never before 1945. And that is just such a devastating thing that we have to contend with every day. That we could end the world at any point. And Missile Command sort of illustrates that fear. It sort of illustrates that we have to keep trying in spite of that. That living is more than knowing we will die and accepting that. It's a bleak game. And it's also actually pretty fun to play. Then we have Asteroids Deluxe, which I like how Asteroids Deluxe looks. I think the fact they added texture to the asteroids is cool. I like the colors, but I do just prefer the original pretty substantially, again, as I often do. I think the original's a lot prettier. I like the black and white, I like the vectors, it's cool. Space Duel is basically Space Wars. No comment there. They're cool though. They're both cool. Warlords is a funny game. Warlords is like 4-player Pong. But also, like, if it was, like, racist. Like, it's like, what if you played 4-player Pong, but, like, is the British monarchy in China, and you were, like, doing imperialism? But, like, it's never, like, directly touched on. That's just, like, what the imagery implies. Which is, like, so funny to me conceptually. Like, who thought of that? Who thought Pong needed to be, like, imperialist? Like, what's the point of the framing? It is fun, though, because Pong is fun. And Pong from the corners of the screen is, like, a really cool idea. Being able to catch the ball and, like, shoot it out as a fireball is, like, cool, too. I like Warlords. It's a good time. I also like Millipede. Also a good time. I mean, if you like Centipede, you'll like Millipede. They're pretty similar. Millipede's a little different, and Millipede has like this really weird like instruction manual frame narrative about this magical kingdom where this boy grows up with a bow and arrow and he fights the evil Millipede demon, and I think it's so funny. But yeah, I love the colors of Millipede. It's a cool time. It's a good game. And so is Maze Invaders, which never actually was released. It's an arcade prototype. Maze Invaders is funny because, like, the way it's sort of framed in the collection, at least, is, like, they wanted to make a combination of shooting games and maze games because they saw those as, like, the most popular arcade games at the time. So I'm just imagining someone be like, another maze slop game? Are you kidding me? More roll slop. Like, but yeah, I like Maze Invaders a lot. I think it's fun. I think its circumstances of existence are funny. And I think the guy in it looks really, like, silly looking. Like, I don't know what his deal is, but he's a funny blue guy. I like to call him Gobble as opposed to Gibble from Gimmick. Gravatar is a really cool Atari arcade game because of how it's a space travel game, and you go inside the planets. It's a separate screen. That impressed me a bit. And I thought it was pretty fun. Tempest, however. Tempest is one of the arcade games that impressed me the most. It's vector-based and in color, and it's so pretty. It's so cool looking. It's one of the most fun shmups I've ever played. Well, it's not quite a shmup, but it's a shooting game. It's an STG, whatever. It's fun. I really like how it looks, and I really like how it sounds. It's a really cool game. Liberator, on the other hand, is like, Liberator's fine. It's a little hard to parse what it's doing exactly, and it feels a lot like, United States propaganda. You know, the whole, like, liberating places type of thing. But it's like okay. You just, like, shoot at different missile bases on the planet, and then they shoot back at you, and you shoot them, and there's this cool effect of, like, the earth spinning. It's kind of impressive. Black Widow is better because you play as a spider in it. I think Black Widow is really pretty because it's vector-based, and you play as a spider in it, and spiders are pretty. I think it's funny that it uses the term grub steak, and my girlfriend was particularly fixated on this. She brought it up a few times, because that is also a term in Homestuck. But it's mostly just that they're both making the same joke about prospectors, about Californian prospectors having grub steaks, but it's spelled steak instead of steak, and you know what I mean. I won't elaborate. Yeah, Black Widow is pretty fun. You have to push little grub steaks around. You have to shoot all the flies in the web. It's cute. Quantum is really cool. It kind of reminds me of Kicks in the sense that it's like this arcade game that's where you draw things, except it's like entirely vector-based. And if you get a high score, you get to draw your signature in it, which is really cool. I bet it looks amazing on a vector display. Food Fight is like unremarkable. I think it's funny that all the little identical chefs in the game have like their own unique name. It's fine. It's totally fine. I don't like the art style it has, really, but I do think it's funny that it exists. Crystal Castles is really cool. It's a really pretty game with some really nice colors. It's cool that you control the bear in the game with, like, the trackball to get around, just like normal walking with a trackball. It's a really inventive concept. And it sort of reminds one of Pac-Man with how you have to collect all the little pellets everywhere. It's pretty hard, but it's a really cool game, and I really like how it looks. And the fact that whoever's the high score becomes like the geometry of the first level is a really cool concept. Aka Ara is an unfinished, well, it is finished, it's an unreleased prototype. And I think Aka Ara would have been a really cool arcade game because I love the colors in it. And I know I keep saying that, but colors are just so important to me. I think colors are really cool. And I really like the way it plays is so strange by having you zoom into these different zones and shoot at these like little guys that appear. And it's just a really like odd and strange game. And Aka Ara is just such a weird title for a game. I'm sad that it didn't get made. Well, it didn't get released. It did get made. I played it, obviously. But it's a really cool game. And so is Major Havoc. Major Havoc is a really cool game because it's like sort of like several games. It transitions from being like an Elite clone to being like a game where you have to platform through like different space stations to like extract things. And it's all vector-based too, which is really cool. I mean, you know me. It's a really fun game to play. I like it a lot. Cloak and Dagger is another unreleased arcade prototype. Unlike the other ones, I'm not super keen on it. I think it's fine. I think it's cool that Cloak like flips a coin while waiting in the elevator while waiting for the next room to load. I think that's cute. But it doesn't really impress me all that much. It's certainly fun though to go through the environments as it is in like most Atari games, because Atari games are really pretty and I like looking at them. But most impressively at the end of this arcade section is iRobot, which is the first 3D video game, at least to my knowledge, 1984. And iRobot is striking. The visuals are just like incredible. I love how it looks. I love how it plays. It's such a cool game. It's really punishing, really hard, but also like it's just so beautiful and so like haunting. It's absolutely like the best way to cap off the Atari arcade experience, because holy shit, like I didn't even know that kind of graphics were possible at the time. I mean, I guess like you have like the 3D Owl and Labyrinth, and that's only like 2 years later, but still, it's just mind-blowing to me that iRobot even exists. It's a staggeringly cool game. Now, Tempest 2000 is a bit of a strange game to me. My girlfriend skipped ahead to the Atari Jaguar section specifically to play Tempest 2000, so that's why it's sort of out of place here. Because I'm not entirely sure why it exists as a tech demo for the Atari Jaguar. It's pretty, and it's fun because it's Tempest. I think the new 2-player mode is also kind of funny in how it exists, but it's nowhere near as impressive as the original Tempest, or as cool looking. I would have just made a new game. And there are some cool Jaguar games that are original, and I will be talking about them later, like Cybermorphs. But Tempest 2000 itself, I wasn't particularly impressed by it. I did think it was cool, though. I think it was kind of built up in my head a little bit too much as like this sort of white whale of the Atari Jaguar, because many people see it as the only good Atari Jaguar game, although I would disagree with that pretty substantially. I do think it's cool though. I think there are better games on the Jaguar though. And now into some Atari 2600 games. We're starting with Combat, which is pretty fun as a multiplayer game. It makes sense why it was bundled with Atari 2600. It's perfectly fun. And I like shooting the tank at the other tank. I imagine that the tank game in this is actually just taken from tanks directly, considering its similarities to how Quadra Tanks plays. This is kind of like if Quadra Tanks wasn't ugly to look at and also like was more manageable in size and scale. And as a companion to Combat, we have Air-Sea Battle, which is a lot worse than Combat. The way in which attacking the other ships works is just sort of abhorrent and sort of unrefined. It's kind of cool for that. It feels cool, but like it also just sort of feels like it's up to randomness whether or not you can win, and that doesn't usually interest me unless it's tied into something else, which it isn't here. That's like the entire game. Surround is a really funny Atari game to me, not because of anything about it specifically in its original context, but because Snake is like literally the same game, but no one seems to acknowledge that. Like, you play Surround and you're like, hey, wait a second. I feel like they stole this game and put it on Nokia flip phones 20 years later. And they did. They did. But Surround is fun. I mean, it's Snake. You've played Snake. It's cool. Outlaw is really funny because of this, like, it's just like these two guys like dicking around a cactus and shooting each other. It's silly. It's a funny game. I'm not entirely sure what the thought process was when making it, but it's kind of fun. I like the desert hues they use. 3D tic-tac-toe is actually really cool. I love the blue background. I love the white on it. I love the like way you can get different tic-tac-toes using the 3D space. It's impressive. It's a really fun way to play tic-tac-toe. I was surprised that you could iterate on tic-tac-toe in such a way and not have it feel totally artificial. It's really cool. I like it a lot. Adventure is one of the greatest games of all time. I talked about it earlier in the Eco section, if you can even remember that far back, because I've been rambling for so long. But Adventure is great. I adore, and I'm gonna say this again, I adore the colors. I adore, like, the abstractions and the impressionism. I love how there's no text in the game, and there's no superfluous detail either. Everything is so abstracted in such an aesthetically appealing way. It's just squares. It's just a bunch of squares. And each thing functions as one way or another. There's a big dragon that looks like a chicken. You go in its stomach and die, and you have to reset the game. But if you stay in its stomach, you can walk around, you can see more of the map. And you can explore the map, you can find items, but there's also a bat that randomly appears that can steal items from you. And there's a bridge that you can use to cross over certain walls. It's just such a nice, like, set of tools, all interlocking and melting together, always interfering with plans you might make, always having their own agendas. It's a really cool, really, really cool little puzzle box. It's one of the greatest games of all time, bar none. I can't even believe that it, like, exists. It's just fantastic. It makes sense that it inspired so much after it. It's truly one of a kind. Remarkable. Like, everyone needs to play Adventure. Everyone doesn't need to play Dodgem, though. Dodgem's pretty bad. I wish I could say more about Dodgem, but, like, it's hard to convey how boring it is without playing it. It's just like a game where you get out of the way of other cars. I like the colors because it's an Atari 2600 game, but, like, that's always the case, like, almost always. Well, except with Haunted House, which is the next game. So Haunted House is often touted as the first, like, survival horror game. I wouldn't say that's true because 3D Monster Maze predates it. I need to play 3D Monster Maze still. But Haunted House, I don't know what it is about it, but, like, I just hate the colors in it. I think it looks so bad. And I love the colors in most Atari 2600 games. I mean, you've heard me talking about the colors so much already. But Haunted House just looks gross. And I really don't like how it works mechanically with the matches, like, showing you where the items are. You have to find all the items in the Haunted House, and then, like, you just leave. And it's like, nothing happens in Haunted House, really. Like, there are enemies, but you can just go around them, like, pretty easily. Well, Haunted House is certainly better than the shitty remake of Haunted House that they decided to include in this Haunted Houses, which is like a third-person, like, I don't even know how to describe this, like, voxel-based game. And, like, voxels. But, like, it's like a party game now, and there's, like, several haunted houses, and, like, it has, like, stupid little tooltips that appear on the screen. It's just dumb. I don't know who these are for. I kind of respect this one the most, just because, like, it's the most transformative at least, but it's still bad. Like, it's still lame. I don't like it at all. But hey, it's better than Yar's Revenge Enhanced, because we needed... What if Yar's Revenge was ugly as shit? Like, it's literally just... It's literally exactly the same, to the point that you can hit a button to make it the original if you want. But, like, if it was uglier. Like, it functions on the same code. Or at least that's how they frame it in the collection. And that's just... That's, like, why did you make that? What is even the point of making that? Like, why? Why bother with one of the prettiest games ever made and turn it into, like, Tetris Effect nonsense? Like, what's the point? Getting further into Atari's console library, we have Demons to Diamonds, which is, like, it's okay. There's a lot of Atari games that are just like, yeah, that's, like, alright. And this is, like, pretty squarely. That's alright. And now for an Atari game that isn't alright, which is, Sword Quest Earthworld. And believe me, you're going to be seeing Sword Quest again. Sword Quest is fine. It's probably the worst games in this collection, maybe, that aren't developed by Digital Eclipse. But, like, what if we took Adventure, but made it completely inscrutable, and had a bunch of, like, random minigames that appeared, and also just, like, made it super self-important, and you had to read like a comic book to be able to progress in the game. That is Sword Quest. It is malignant nonsense. I do not like it at all. I think it's pretty bad. And I feel the same way about Sword Quest Fire World, and Sword Quest Water World, and Sword Quest Air World, which all are also in this collection. Sword Quest Air World is particularly funny to me because it was actually developed by Atari 50 people because the video game crash of 1983 meant that Sword Quest Air World, the final chapter, just never came out. So they made it specifically for this game, and unlike the others, it's not like a shitty remake or anything. It is made in the style of a 2600 game. It's just still bad because it's Sword Quest. It's Sword Quest. I'm sure there's something to be said for Sword Quest, but like, I just wasn't having it. I was not having any of its shit when I was playing it. I was having the shit of Real Sports Baseball though. I think Real Sports Baseball is really fun. And I think Real Sports Volleyball is even more fun, and kind of graphically impressive. I love the colors in Real Sports Volleyball. The way the beach looks is just really, really cool. Real Sports Football I could have done without, though. I don't know. I think it's funny that, like, your guy does a little dance when you get a touchdown, though. That's a cute touch. Real Sports Soccer, or as as they call it across the pond, Real Sports Football 2, was kind of inscrutable, I won't lie. But it was fun. Matches are way too long in that game, though. Holy crap. Real Sports Tennis is really fun. I mean, you can't go wrong with tennis, can you? Real Sports Basketball is actually an unreleased prototype, but it is pretty fun. I like Real Sports Basketball. And Real Sports Boxing is like kind of penis mode, but that's okay. It's funny. It's a funny game. Back to games that aren't real, like in all caps. We've got Star Raiders, which is sort of an Elite clone, and it's a really pretty game. Unfortunately, because it's an Elite clone, that means it's like first person, so like I was not having a fun time playing it. There's also Quadrun, which is it's sort of similar to AAAAAA in how it's structured, but ultimately quite different. Nowhere near as impressive as AAAAA is, though. There's Solaris, which is kind of just like Star Raiders, except you can blow up planets by running into them, which is really funny conceptually. There's Miner 2049er, which I am an expert in. This is like maybe one of the only 2D platformers here, and it's fun. I mean, it's a 2D platformer, so I'm not like huge on it, but I enjoyed playing it well enough. I prefer the sequel though, Bounty Bob Strikes Back, which feels a little more realized as a game, but they're not that substantially different. Bounty Bob Strikes Back has this cool thing where it like shows your name getting like picked up by a bunch of birds and put on like a giant billboard when you finish a game. I like that a lot. But yeah, both are very reminiscent of Donkey Kong. And, you know, Donkey Kong's fun. I like Donkey Kong. But it's not, like, one of my favorite games or anything. I do like Saboteur a lot. I kind of wish it was released. I think it's cool as, like, a weird offshoot of Yar's Revenge. The fact that there's even an offshoot of Yar's Revenge at all is, like, so weird and cool. It's this game where you play as the Saboteur trying to sabotage the Yars. It's, like, role reversal. And it has like this system where it's like, oh, you have to stop them from building the rocket, and then you have to destroy the rocket, and then you have to like defeat them. And I think that's such a cool progression, that you have these 3 separate little games that it goes through as like a way of the narrative changing. And that sounds like a really simple thing, but like it's just a cool thing to see, like, evolve with the medium, because a lot of games before this, a lot of the games I've talked about don't really do that. Like, a lot of them have the same context throughout, but the fact that Saboteur changes your controls and changes how you interface with it as you play through it, like, as a narrative choice, is really something. I think that's really cool. Secret Quest is a lot like Adventure. It's really iterative on Adventure, similar to Sword Quest, but it's like Sword Quest good timeline. I don't think Secret Quest is amazing or anything. It's nothing compared to Adventure, but it is fun, and I like it, and I think it's pretty. It's a cool game. It's not like Sword Quest, which is sort of like an exercise in misery. Dark Chambers is a really strange game. I think it's fun, and I like the colors in it a lot. I know, I like Atari colors. And I think it's cool that it's like this sort of pseudo-RPG for like the 7800. And you're sort of descending through these chasms and chasms the whole time. And even though it's obviously riffing on games like Gauntlet, I still think it's a fun enough time. Even though it can be a little punishing at times, it's cool. Again, I like the colors a lot. There's a few floors in that game where I was like, whoa, and I was like, babe, look at the screen, look at what they did, and like, my girlfriend would be like, yeah, that looks good, I guess. Yeah, I'm weird about colors sometimes, but she thinks it's cute, so it's okay. After this, we took a bit of a break from Atari 50 because she wanted me to play We Love Katamari, and that's the sequel to Katamari Damacy. And you probably are sighing with relief right now because there's no more deluge of Atari games. Don't worry, we'll get back to them. But we are over with most of them, I will say that. But We Love Katamari is not that dissimilar to Katamari Damacy. It even uses a lot of the same assets as Katamari Damacy does. But what I like a lot more about it in particular is both it having a higher variety of tasks that you have to perform in it, and also that it's much more interested in examining itself as a work of art than the first is. In the sense that, like, it's in direct conflict with itself at all times. It's directly an expression of, like, should there be sequels? Should there be more Katamari games? Every NPC is like, oh, I remember Katamari Damacy. I think you should make me another Katamari. And so you do that, but when you do, the NPC is never satisfied with it. They're always like, oh, well, maybe Katamari's not as good as I thought. You know, it's just sort of expression with this, like, how much should you give into people wanting more and more and more and more from your work until they decide they're bored of it, right? Like, you should make something you're satisfied with. Something that you like. Not something that other people want from you. And I think that that's a really cool framing, especially since it sort of ties into the king's backstory being about how he is never able to live up to his father's expectations. And that sort of colors why he's the way he is, and it ties into the meta commentary. I really like We Love Katamari. It's a really cool game. One of my favorite games of all time, easily. And I like the original a lot too, but nowhere near as much. Back to Atari. I know you missed it so much. We have Caverns of Mars, which is like, what if Downwell was stupid? But I like the colors in it, at least. So, you have that. It's just like you fall down a hole and you have to, like, not hit the walls and you have to shoot enemies. It feels terrible. And to my knowledge, it's the only original Atari 800 game in, like, the collection. And most of the Atari 800 games they have in there are just, like, ports. But they also have Yoop, which is an Atari 800 game that's not a port, but it's also not one of the originals. It's a Polish game from 2008. But Yoop is really fun and really pretty and really impressive. I love the faux 3D they have going on. And it definitely feels like an inspired, like, Run, like the Flash game Run, which is a pretty fun game in its own right. But I love, like, the jumping mechanics in Yoop, and I love how it feels to, like, hit the tube over and over. It's got a nice feel, but it's nowhere near as good as Ninja Golf, which is one of the greatest games of all time. Not only is it a golf game, one of the greatest categories of game, and the only kind of sport that's better as a video game than as a real sport, it's a golf game with martial arts combat for no reason. It's so funny. It's so awesome. I love the colors in it. I think it's awesome that, like, you hit golf balls across the course, and then you have to run over there and a bunch of ninjas try to fucking kill you, and you just have to kill them. It's so funny. It's just an awesome video game. I can't believe no one talks about it. It's for the Atari Lynx, and, like, it's just so awesome. if you like read reviews of people like, oh, this sucks, it's like you have no whimsy or heart. You lack joy. You lack any appreciation for the finer things in life. Like, learn to take some notes from Ninja Golf every once in a while. And we have basketball in the Atari Lynx also, and unfortunately, beating people up during basketball isn't as funny as Ninja Golf, so I'm not as keen toward it. I do think it's funny that there's a game where you emulate the Detroit Pistons style of play, but I am not particularly endeared to basketball, or Fatal Run for that matter. I brought up Fatal Run at the very beginning of this video when I was talking about Death Rally. You probably forgot about that, didn't you? Well, here it is again. This game is pretty similar to Death Rally. It's just it's a game where you race and you shoot each other. And it's pretty. Again, it's an Atari game. Of course, it's pretty, but it's not much. And then you have the two Scrapyard Dogs. Scrapyard Dog on the 7800, I think. Might be 5200, but I'm pretty sure it's 7800. And Scrapyard Dog on the Lynx. And now these are two extremely different games, because one of them is about a middle-aged man, and one of them is about a child. They have some similarities. They're both 2D platformers, and they both have like secret rooms where you play the piano for some reason after going down the garbage chute. But they're pretty different, substantially. And I don't know which I would say is better, or more fun, or whatever you want to say. I think they're both pretty funny, but I don't think either are particularly noteworthy, especially among 2D platformers. Atari was kind of late to the function, I suppose, with 2D platformers in general. But these are fine enough attempts at that. And don't forget Turbo Sub on the Atari Lynx, which is like, what if there was an Elite game underwater? Which is a pretty funny concept, and the Lynx is such a pretty console that it almost works, but I can't really play first-person games. It's not really my thing. And we're finally on to the Jaguar proper earlier. We had a small teaser of it earlier, but now we're on like actual Jaguar games, which starts with Cybermorph, which is actually a pretty impressive game. I think the faux 3D is cool. I think the colors are cool. I like the unconventional control scheme. I think it's funny that the green lady talks to you. It's not a bad time. And neither is Trevor McFur in the Crescent Galaxy. Now, I've seen a lot of people shitting on this game, and I just don't know. I don't get it. I think this game is so cool. I think it rules. I love like the little pre-rendered sprite characters. I love how it looks like a Flash game. I think that's awesome. It's sort of reminiscent of like some of the shitty stuff in Homestuck or whatever. Like it's really cool. I like the weird robot angel baby things. Those are scary as hell. And I don't even think it's a particularly bad shmup. Again, shmup sort of glazed over me. But I don't know, I had fun playing it. I had fun dodging attacks, I had fun shooting things. There's not really particularly good feedback for your attacks, but like, I don't know, like, that doesn't matter that much to me. I think it's a funny game, and I think it's cool, and I think it rules aesthetically. I like it a lot. What I don't like a lot is the weird Lemmings clone on here, Evolution Dino Dudes. I don't mind it, per se, but granted, I haven't actually played Lemmings, so my perspective here is limited, but also, like, Evolution Dino Dudes is just kind of boring. And, like, I don't really like how it looks either. It kind of looks like a Satellaview game, and not like a cool Satellaview game like Radical Dreamers. Like, it kind of reminds me of, like, I don't know, how something like Zelda, like, on Satellaview looks. Like, I guess in the sense that it looks like it's been painted over something else. It's a hard thing to describe. But yeah, I wasn't a huge fan of it. I was a huge fan of the final Atari Lynx game we're going to be talking about. It clears every real sports game, especially real sports volleyball. It's Malibu Bikini Volleyball. Now, this game is actually really cool, for no reason. And I won't elaborate. Club Drive is a really cool Jaguar game, though. It's sort of like a game where you play as like a Hot Wheels car. Notwithstanding the games where you play as a Hot Wheels car. But like, I like the polygonal 3D graphics. I like the colors, like the really simple colors, and I love like this portrait of like the suburban home that you drive through as like this toy car sized car. It's just like a really strong and striking image, you know? Like, I think it's cool. And I also think Atari Carts is cool. You know, my girlfriend sort of led me to believe that Atari Carts would like suck when she showed it to me. But we had a good time playing it, despite some things that happened while we were playing it. But, like, it's just cool. Like, it's a fun kart game. I think it doesn't even look very bad, even. Like, it's got some nice colors in it. It's got some colors. I think it's fun, and I think it's funny that, like, it has a bunch of Atari characters, and you're like, who the fuck is this? The only one I recognized when we were playing was Bentley Bear from Crystal Castles, if you remember that game. It's just a fun kart game. I don't understand the hate for it. And also there's Ruiner Pinball, which is pretty fun. I don't think Ruiner Pinball is like amazing or anything, but also I'm not a pinball lore scholar. But I do like pinball. I think pinball's fun. I think the art in this one is kind of ugly in like a really conspicuous way that I think is cool. Like, I'm like, yeah, I would see that shit on a pinball cabinet. Yeah. So I think that's funny. I think it's also funny that the two pinball maps are just like completely different and unrelated aesthetically. And, you know, normally I wouldn't question that if there was more of them, but the fact there's only two is just like really funny to me. Like, what is this diptych here? What are we like dichotomizing? Like, what does one say about the other by existing in juxtaposition to it? It's a pretty funny game. Also, why is it called Ruiner Pinball? Is it gonna ruin me? Missile Command 3D I actually think is a pretty cool take on Missile Command, as a remake. I think it's really pretty. Obviously, I don't think it's better than Missile Command, but this idea of Missile Command, but it's like a first-person game where you shoot the missiles directly from a missile base, like, with your point of view, is just cool to me conceptually. And I think they pull it off in a cool way. It's not amazing, but it's cool. And it's pretty. And what more can you really want from a video game a lot of the time? You know, most video games aren't amazing. Most video games are at best cool or pretty, or both. It's certainly better than Fight for Life, which is the Atari Jaguar 3D fighting game, which is pretty ugly, and pretty funny. I figured out a way to infinite my girlfriend within like a few minutes of playing it. I think it's kind of awesome, but like in a funny way. It's no The Risers, I'll say that much. It does not compare at all to The Risers, but it's a pretty funny fighting game. The final game on Atari 50 that my girlfriend and I played was Adventure 2, which is a homebrew game from 2005. And it may be one of the most uninspired games I've ever had the displeasure of playing. Why would you make a sequel to Adventure if you're just going to make it like an adventure level pack? What's the point? Why even bother? Like, Adventure is so cool. And it doesn't inspire you to do anything with that, like, interesting at all? Like, you just want to make Adventure again? I mean, be my guest, but don't expect me to be interested in it. Don't expect me to be like, wow, you did a really good job on your Adventure 2. Like, dude, like, make a new game. Just make a new video game. I will never understand this urge to, like, make iterations and, like, variant versions of games that already exist. Like, we should be making new things. But I guess it's sort of like what I was talking about when I was talking about the Catamites games, right? Like, it's so hard to conceive of anything new when we live at the end of the world. And that's just really sad. After Atari 50, my girlfriend and I played some Binding of Isaac, and it was the first time I ever played Repentance, which is the new expansion from 2021. And it's literally like... In fact, I was just talking about this, right? Like, fan stuff. it's literally like some modder's like mod that they integrated into the main game, and it's so conspicuously that it's like incohesive with the rest of the work. It's like a different art style, even like, and I think that could be interesting if done in a certain way, but it's not really interrogating that in any way. It's just sort of like, look, here's more stuff for like the game, and like, I thought it was fun. I think Binding of Isaac is fun. In spite of my general aversion to roguelikes as a concept, I do like Binding of Isaac occasionally. And it was fun to play it co-op with someone for the first time. But, I was just wondering, like, this expansion feels pointless. Like, it feels like a mod already. Why not just, like, keep it as a mod? Like, what's the point making an expansion if they aren't even going to make it, like, cohesive with the rest of the game? But it wasn't so bad. It was fine. Super Bust-A-Move is the next game I played with my girlfriend on her PS2. And this is the game that's sort of famous for having the baby on the cover. I don't know why it has the baby on the cover. When you play the game, the baby's not in the game. And nothing in the game looks like it, but it's a memorable cover. That's for sure. The art direction I don't like as much as Puzzle Bobble 4 or Bust-A-Move, but I do like it. I think the overly, like, cartoony style doesn't do it a ton for me, but I do like a lot of the colors that are used, at least. And, of course, since it's a Bust-A-Move game, or a Puzzle Bobble game, or a Bubble Bobble game, or whatever you want to call it, it's really fun. I had a lot of fun playing it with my girlfriend. My girlfriend tried to show me Dreams, and I didn't hate Dreams. That's the game that Media Molecule did after Little Big Planet. It's a similar sort of thing where it's like this space where you can create your own games using, like, tools. Unlike Little Big Planet, I didn't play, like, the campaign for Dreams because it doesn't really have one. It has, like, a few demo games that they have, but, like, they aren't that interesting. I couldn't really sit through them. Especially compared to Little Big Planet, which is a lot more, I feel has a lot better campaigns in both games. A lot more immediately compelling, at least. They at least don't have, like, Pixar-style melodrama going on in them, which I just can't stand, really. I thought that the tools were impressive, certainly, due to the bevy of different experiences. I mean, there was an Omori remake, isn't that so awesome? But, I ultimately I just don't know if I can really connect with games like that. Like, it's sort of like sitting me in front of Roblox and asking me to have, like, thoughts about it, you know? And that's not necessarily a dig at Dreams or at Roblox. I think both are fine tools, although I think Roblox is, like, predatory and evil, but that's not the fault of the mechanics of Roblox. Well, I suppose it's the fault of the mechanics of the site Roblox, but not of the actual editor Roblox. But that's getting into, like, sociology. But, like, I don't know, I just find it hard to look at, like, a bunch of games people made and find something in them. As like a collection. Like, I feel like I need more cohesion to latch onto, I guess. Maybe I'm just too much of a sourpuss, though. I don't know. My girlfriend also showed me UFO 50, which I think is a really cool project, but I didn't really get to play that much of it. I look forward to playing more of it next year, probably, but as a framing in a project, it's better than Atari 50. Well, not as a project. I do think the preservationism of Atari 50 is important, but the framing is definitely better, because there's almost no writing, and the writing is not like, oh yeah man, we totally got high, we totally got stoned, and like, I invented a new processor because I did coke, or whatever. But yeah, UFO 50 is a cool game. And the two games I played in it were Bushido Ball and Hyper Contender, which were both really fun. Bushido Ball is sort of like Windjammers, which you may remember from way earlier in this video. But it's not as cool as Windjammers. It's still pretty fun though. There's a lot of variation to the ways you can approach the game depending on the different characters you play as. And I think that gives it enough variety to at least make it like fun to whip out every once in a while. And Hyper Contender is the closest a fighting game has felt to Shovel Knight Showdown for me without actually being Shovel Knight Showdown. And that's not an insult. That is a compliment. Because Shovel Knight Showdown is like a stupid penis mode fighting game. I think it's really funny. It's not a favorite game of mine or anything. Certainly. I like the other bits of Shovel Knight a lot more, but I think it's funny. And so I think Hyper Contender is pretty funny because it has a lot of similar mechanics to it. I mean, it's basically a 2D platformer where you just use different moves to hurt each other, and like you collect coins to win. Well, they're rings, but whatever. And it's also massively unbalanced like Shovel Knight Showdown is, so it's just really funny. I had a lot of fun playing with my girlfriend. On the plane home from visiting my girlfriend, I decided to play on the 3DS that she gave me for my birthday that she hacked. Well, it's actually for Christmas, but whatever. I was also there on my birthday. And I played the Wizard of Oz DS JRPG on it. The Wizard of Oz Beyond the Yellow Brick Road. And there's a lot of cool stuff about this game. I mean, first of all, it's really pretty. It has such cool colors. Yes, I know I bring up colors a lot. And I like how compressed it looks, which is something that I feel like the DS is really the last console where you get this kind of thing. Where, like, I really like the resolution compression, like the way it adds texture to the image, in a way that nothing else really quite can. I have similar feelings about the PS1 and the PS2. But the DS feels like the last time it was really a thing. Maybe the PSP also. But, yeah, I quite like the way the Wizard of Oz game looks. I also like the battle mechanics a lot. It's a dungeon crawler, shockingly. It's sort of like an Etrian Odyssey, but instead of like being on a grid, you move using the stylus on like a faux trackball, which is like a cool mode of transportation. But the way it works is when you get into an encounter, you have 4 actions you can take in a turn. You can assign Dorothy, the Scarecrow, the Lion, or the Tin Man to those actions as much as you want, although the Tin Man takes up 3 and the Lion takes up 2. So, for example, you can have Dorothy attack twice and the Lion attack once, or the Tin Man attack once and the Scarecrow attack once. Like, it's a really cool way of, like, doling out actions in battle, and it leads to some interesting decisions. And also, whoever's attacking are the only people who can get hurt as well. That is something I like quite a bit about it. It makes every battle feel like a puzzle pretty transparently, and obviously RPG battles are always a puzzle to some extent, but it's just cool. I think it's fun so far. I'm nowhere near close to finishing it, I don't think, unless it's a lot shorter than I think it is, but it's a pretty fun game, and I'm looking forward to playing it more. I don't know when I'll have the time to, but I'll find it somehow. When I got home, my girlfriend made me play the game Not Tetris 2, which is an iteration upon Tetris that makes it entirely physics-based, and it's just really funny. It's a really, really funny way to play Tetris. Well, sorry, it's not Tetris 2, that's for sure. Certain. It's not related to Tetris at all, it's just Tetris, but it's entirely physics-based. I don't really know how to effectively play it. I've played it more than you might expect in the past few days, just showing it to other people because I think it's a really funny joke. It's cool. I've been saying that a lot in this video. Like, I just think a lot of games are cool. Because despite popular opinion, despite the common belief about me, I like video games. I like video games a lot. And Not Tetris 2 is a funny joke. And Vertiginous Golf is a funny not joke. I don't think it's supposed to be funny, but it certainly is funny. It certainly is a really funny game. It's like a steampunk golf dystopia, where people have to play golf above the sky to survive because the land below is too polluted. And that's just... it's just so funny. It's like fishy without the sauce in terms of like aesthetic direction. It's so like blatantly unpolished in a way that I find compelling and funny, but not as compelling as Fishy. And like, for some reason there's this mechanic where you can just fuck up the other players once you get your ball in the hole. Like, you just send them flying and stuff using items. And it's just like, why is that a mechanic? It's a really funny idea to have, but like, that doesn't actually help you really in golf. Like, as long as you get a lower number than whoever you're going up against, you're winning. Like, interfering with them doesn't change much of anything. It just seems like totally pointless, but it's really funny that you can do it. Vertiginous Golf is a very silly game. And the final game I will be talking about in this video is a game made by my friend Sludge, who made Poop Invasion, and who made Fertility. It's the demo for Habilibus, or Habilibus, or Habilibus, which is probably not how it is, or Habilibus. Any of those. I don't know how it's pronounced, it's not stated. I'll just call it Habilibus. And Habilibus is a really striking game visually. I've talked a lot about the Game Boy's strengths as a console. I think it's very specific in its colors and stuff. I love black and green display, and Habilibus is a Game Boy game, which is impressive to me. I didn't know Sludge had it in him to be making Game Boy games, but I'm proud of him. And obviously, his stuff is always really striking visually, and his writing is always really, really sharp in ways I wouldn't expect normally. And I'm really excited to see the rest of it. So far, it seems to be a rumination on the existence of Habilibus as whether or not like can art really exist once you've seen it? Like, the way the characters talk about Habilibus in the game is sort of like, oh, if you go to Habilibus, like, won't be real anymore. Does Habilibus even exist? But it's not finished yet, so we don't know the full thread that is passing through the needle. And I'm really excited to find out whatever it is. And thank you all for bearing with me throughout this. I can't believe this got to be this long. I wasn't expecting to talk so much, but I guess that's what happens when you just let me loose on a topic. I also just played some order of 270 to 280 games this year, so that doesn't help. But thank you all for watching. I promise I'll make a real video soon. I mean, my last real video wasn't that long ago. It hasn't even been a month yet. I really need to work on like that Bad End Theater video though, and also the darts video, also the Metal Gear Solid 2 video. I'm probably going to No Life the Metal Gear Solid 2 video first because that due date is coming up soon, but I'll probably finish it before the due date. This has been Arcade Everlasting. Thank you for listening to me ramble. Signing off.